Okay, good morning. We are back, and it is 6:09 on the West Coast. It is 9:09 on the East Coast of the United States, and we are broadcasting live. So we'll be talking about a lot of things pre-market. We've got about 20 minutes or so before the market opens. And first off, we got Bitcoin continuing to head down here, and it's down now 397, back down in the 55,000 range. Ethereum is down into the $1,779 range. Depending on where it goes, if it hits around 1,700 or so, I may buy some more, but I'm hoping that it bounces. But I don't see it bounce until it gets down to around 1,750 or so. Okay, so let's go to the indices and see what's going on right now live. Again, the bottom part of your screen, you have live futures. You have the S&P 500 on top, and you have the NASDAQ 100 E-mini futures on the bottom. So we're looking at a mixed opening here today. We have the actually should be a positive opening. Let me take that back. So we've got the S&P 500 barely up right around 4 points, looking to open on the open. The NASDAQ, however, the NASDAQ is looking to give us a nice spike up 70 points. We do have some news to report as well. And then the Dow, again, there is a little bit of a mix. I guess I was right. We're looking to open down about 25. It did flip from the time I got back to the computers. Coffee critical after a time change, right? We lost an hour here, so it's like getting up at 4:30 in the morning instead of 5:30 to get prepped for this. All right, so what are we looking at? Let's look at the meme stocks first, and we'll take a look at AMC. AMC is looking to open lower, about 43 cents, or right around 1% or so, or 2.9%. Well, my eyes are acting up this morning. Oh, I know why. This monitor is the brightness. So I bought these two portable monitors to travel with, and not super impressed with them. They're called Lipos, and so I admit it, they were cheap, but I figured why not? And I had bought them basically on Black Friday of last year, around Thanksgiving, because they were on sale, and just connection problems with them between that, my Thunderbolt dock, and we'll see. So there we go. All right, so down 43 cents, so down right about 3% on AMC, looking to project that on the opening. We are bouncing a little bit in the pre-market from about, call it, about 30 minutes ago. So maybe that's a good sign that people with their stimmies on open will do something. We are approaching an oversold area on the RSI. The MACD, moving average convergence divergence, shows a nice blue line above the red on a 3-minute, which does say it's safe to buy, and we did have a buy put out right around 1322, 1321, right around there is where it came in. So that's looking pretty good on the open. Cinemark looking to open up 8 cents. GameStop looking to open down another $29. Back below 200. And again, we'll see what the battle lines are going to be. We won't know the battle lines till probably Wednesday afternoon after the FOMC meeting tomorrow, and we'll be carrying that meeting live as well. So then we'll know what's going on there. And then Rocket is showing a nice uptrend again at 40 cents, and I might look to trim some holdings today, and I'll go into that a little bit later as the market opens. Looking at Ford, we do have some news on Ford, and let me hold on one second. We do have some news on Ford. They have decided to offer $2 billion in notes. So Ford's going to offer $2 billion in notes, and they talked about a semiconductor shortage. I'll let you read that one there, and hold on here. It is. It's gonna make me drag it down here. There we go. And I had to reset to log into my brokerage account. Okay, so anyway, Ford's gonna announce $2 billion in convertible notes. They'll use the, it didn't give a rate on them, so I'll try and find that for us a little bit later on. The other issue that they have is they did, well, two other issues. They agreed to a joint venture to produce electric vans from 2023 in Turkey. So again, over in Turkey, for all the transit vans in Europe, those are going to be produced in Turkey. So that's actually pretty good news from a positive side, excuse me, they did say that they do expect semiconductor shortages through the first half of 2021. Shortage could adversely impact Ford's adjusted EBITDA by earnings before interest and taxes, and by between $1 billion and $2.5 billion. So again, that could be an issue for them. I might look at that possibly to take some profits out of there. And I did read, I did a test drive of the Ford Mach-E over the weekend. And if you buy a Ford product and you own 100 shares, I looked into this yesterday because I wasn't familiar with it, how it works specifically. But if you own more than 100 shares of Ford, and I'm guessing other auto dealer or dealer manufacturers might do this, 100 shares for at least 6 months, you send that proof to Ford, to their investor relations department, and then you get a PIN code that allows you for a friends and family discount on almost every vehicle for 12 months. And then you have to basically renew it every year. So you need to own 100 shares for more than 6 months, and then you get a discount. And the way the discount works is they have to show you the factory dealer invoice, which shows the friends and family X plan discount on the invoice. So it's not available on the Ford Raptor 150, the Ford 450s, not available on the Bronco Sport or the bigger Bronco, but it is available on everything else, including the Mach-E. But the semiconductors are going to be a shortage there, so this dropped down to $12.99, so right around there, which is where we're at. So we'll see what happens with this one on the open. Some of the other ones looking to make a move. Microsoft is looking to be up 79 cents, $235.60. We have Nvidia, which is making a nice move, up almost 1.3% in the pre-market, up $7 a share. That's good. That's good as well. And U.S. oil is looking to trade down, and that's because oil prices are down. Both the Brent crude and the light crude, basically based on the dollar. So the dollar is rising. So when the dollar rises, that puts commodity prices on oil, because oil is priced U.S. And so if the dollar rises, that has an impact. And let me let her out. She's behind the gate here. Okay. All right. So she's out saying hello. She already went to the bathroom. She was fed. She's all good to go. Okay. All right. So let's move on here. All right. So again, so we have the S&P 500 trading up 4 points. We have the NASDAQ Composite Futures. Those are up 73 points. And then we have the Dow Jones Industrial Average trading down 22 points. And let's take a look here. Oops. And let me get this down. Okay, that's ready to go. And that's ready to go. And, oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Nope, that's not what I want to do. I'm getting my level 2s ready to go here. And Liberty, leave them alone. Hey, cut it out. Come here. Come here. Settle down. What are you crying and whining for? They'll be up in a little while. Relax. All right. All right, let's see here. Let's get this thing up here ready to go. There we go. All right, so we will look at the level. You can see the levels, level 2s, and these are live right now on AMC. And let me get this one wider. And that's showing actually showing the 5 minute. Drop it down to the 1 minute. Leave it. Come here. What are you doing? Sit. 1 second, guys. Sorry. All right. And let me get this one. Maybe this will keep her occupied for a little bit. Sit. Shake. Down. Up. Sit. Wait. There you go. All right. She's got her bone, so hopefully she'll be happy. Okay, so we've got everything ready to go here for the open here. And again, let's take a look at what our rocket stocks are doing. And we have, start with Rocket itself. And Rocket is planning to open up right about 42 cents. So about 1.6% on them. GameStop, though, is looking to basically go down again. And let me put it on the 30-second chart. Down 44 points, down almost 16%. So that could be an issue on these today. So it's not freak out time because we do have the NASDAQ going up. So we'll see what the inflows look like. People that did get their stimulus checks, I did read or I heard somewhere that the majority of the stimmy checks are going to be basically come out tomorrow, which should mean tonight, which could be good for the market for tomorrow. So we'll see if that holds true or not. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right. There we go. We got that ready to go. Okay, so we've got about another 10 minutes or so before market opens. And let me get the I've got all these. Hold on. Yeah. Close that one. And close that one. Close that one. What the heck is this music? Okay, let me go let her out, and then I'll be back in just a moment, and we'll leave the level 2s up there for that. Okay. Slide this over a little bit. Actually. All right, good deal. All right, so again, looking pretty good on the open with the exception of the meme stocks. Come back down here again, the S&P 500. This is on the bottom. This is the futures. and we're going to get this one ready to go here for the live opening. So let me fix that. So S&P futures are up 4 right now. NASDAQ futures are trading up 80 points to 13,149. So let's switch this over to SPX on the top, and then the VIX volatility index on the bottom instead of the NASDAQ. Okay. So again, S&P 500 on the top, but that's yesterday, so don't get excited about that one there. Liberty, hey, come here. But the volatility index on the bottom, looking to start down just a little bit, which is good news for us. And then the Dow futures are looking to start open down right about 28. So let's take a look at GME. GameStop is looking to trade down 44 points, down 16.79% in the pre-market. AMC down 3.2%, trading down right about between 44 and 45 cents. A little bit of a consolidation phase here over the last half hour or so. So that could be interesting, to say the least. I don't think we have any news. We talked about box office receipts yesterday. GameStop shares continue to retreat from previous highs. Again, my suspicion is that people are moving money out of GameStop and into AMC for the Friday run. We'll see if that holds true or holds forward or not. Somebody over on YouTube said my Apple stock went up. All right, nice deal. So Apple had a nice day. Apple is looking to open higher today as well. So it's up $1.70 in the pre-market to 125.67. We'll take a look at some other movers here before we get going. All the precious metals are up with the exception of silver, which is down a little bit. The oil stocks, we have ExxonMobil. They're all going to be opening up down. Chevron will be opening up down. Workhorse will be opening up down just a few pennies. Tesla, on the other hand, Tesla is opening down right about 3 points, so pretty much flat. This $700 level, it seems to have found a little bit of a comfort zone and a trading range in there. So we'll see what happens on that one, if they get any inflows into that. Roblox is looking pretty good. They're planning to open up $1.41, up 1.95%, with 4 minutes left before the market opens. All right, 1 second. Okay. And again, if you dig the streams, would appreciate a follow. If you're over there on YouTube, the follow equals subscribe. Doesn't cost anything on YouTube. A subscription does cost over on Twitch. I'm not asking for that. We're just kind of having fun. All right, so Palantir is looking to open up down 10 cents. And actually, I think I'm going to add Palantir to my memes. Let's see if we can get this thing to slide up. There we go. And give it a second. Boom. I'll throw it right there. Hit the symbol once so it alphabetizes it, and there we go. Other movers in the market on the open. We have AMD looking to open up higher again, 1.33. Again, the chip stocks are definitely looking to do an improvement here. We have Boeing looking to open up down $1.53. They're getting a little bit more pressure as well. They are expecting an order from Southwest coming up soon, so we'll see if that works out as well. And I'm trying a different browser. I'm trying Chrome browser for my charts. And again, the heat map will update 15 minutes after the market opens. Hey, quit whining. Stop whining. Come here. Come here. What's wrong? Come here. Hurry up. What you doing? Sit. Hey. Sit. Shake. Good dog. Shake. Good dog. Down. Up. Good dog. All right. Okay. She needs her attention early in the morning. And I've got my son in the other room, and he'll be getting up soon, and she gets excited to see him in the morning. She wants to get all of her hugs and her hellos in before the market opens. All right, so back up to the futures. Let's see what we're looking at here with 2 minutes left. We have the Dow Jones Industrial Average looking to open down about 22 points. We have the NASDAQ looking to open up 91 points, so it's going to be a green day for tech. It looks like it initially. Oil and banks, we're probably going to continue to see Liberty, leave them alone. We're probably going to see pressure continue on them a little bit. And yeah, yep, exactly. So JP Morgan Chase looking to trade down 62 cents. Our buddies up here, AMC looking 35 cents. So again, on a nice little run here on a 30-second chart, on a 3-minute chart in pre-market, that looks pretty good. We'll see what the volume looks like. That's going to be the key. So not really a lot of adjustments on from a volume standpoint until the market opens. And we've got about a minute or so to go here before that happens. And GameStop looking to open up down 17 points, 202. If it can hold 200, we might be okay on the day. If not, I did dip in the pre-market down to 180 something or so. So let's go. Let's see where we're at. And I'm going to have the GameStop for the open here. And the markets are open. So GameStop starting down 37 cents. We're up down to 13.43. S&P 500, nice jump on the open on the S&P 500. So let's take a quick look at those across the top. So we got the S&P 500 up 4, Nasdaq. There's the delay that finally kicked in, up 64 points, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average down. But we're down to 13.43 for AMC. So that's definitely something to keep our eye on as far as that goes. We'll look at some of the other ones. We've got Ford trading down, Microsoft trading up $1.50. Nvidia, nice jump by Nvidia on the open. Again, it's something that we expected. Up 5.56 to 533. Again, I've got 545 calls for Friday, so I need 2 more days to break even on those bad boys. Or 3 days before to break even on those. 4, including today. Sorry, I keep saying 2 days because that FOMC market meeting tomorrow. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at some other movers here. We got AMD is up. We have Boeing is down. So AMC is still up. It's a red candle, but they're up 67 cents. So that looks like it might want to turn though. The VIX index is trading down. That's good news. Chevron. Let me get rid of this over here and make this full screen over here. And again, we have down here, we have the S&P 500 on the top, and we have the volatility index or the VIX on the bottom. A little bit of a spike on the volatility back up to 20.1, back from being in the 19s in the pre-market. So we'll see what happens there. GM trading up, Intel trading up, KMPH trading up, Oshkosh up, Roblox, where are we at Roblox? Roblox trading up to 73.59, up $1.44. Nice one there. If you've got kids, you know about the Roblox. They've been doing very well. Tesla trading down a little bit, but still, again, hanging out above that 700 area. So only down $4. So all right, VIX is coming back down a little bit, so that's good news. And Workhorse is looking up as well, up 67 cents, up almost 4%. There's their 4%, 1856. So a little bit of a move in Workhorse. Again, they lost a contract to Oshkosh. Shareholder alert. Oh, I hate these scumbag lawyers out there trying to say, hey, we're going to sue the company because the stock moved. Yeah, right. Okay. Extreme delays in some mail needs big changes. U.S. Post Office. U.S. Post Office. Okay, so yeah, no real news there as far as that goes. All right, back at it. GameStop again holding above this 200 level, 210. So that's good. That's based off of a move on a 3 minute, about 15 minutes before market open. It started to move back up again. So buyers came in. That could be people getting up at that realize, hey, I can buy stuff in the pre-market, and so that's recovering decently. Only down 12 points now. AMC basically looking like it wants to test the lows of the pre-market. So lows on the pre-market is $13 range. We'll see where that goes. Again, we've had a nice run. It was up 25% yesterday. So pull back of 5%. No big deal at all. No big deal at all. Bryce says, I'm looking at buying 18 strike call for April 16th on AMC. All right. Go to our option chain here. And we will pull that up. So 16 strike. for April 16th. Yeah, that's probably a decent. Oops, where are we at here? There we go. And let's go this out to the 16th. And again, we have quadruple witching coming up this Friday on options. Okay, and let's get the out of the monies. There we go. 16. All right, so on the 16s, about 222 is the bid. Midpoint was that 235? That's hard to see. Hold on a second. I have it on my other monitor up there. So yeah, you get the midpoint 228. So looking at 230 or so on the midpoint. Open interest, not a lot of contracts. Looks like most of the love is in the at the $15 level. You know, again, you got a month. You're looking for a spike. If I was looking at this, I might look at the 15 only because there's less volume there, but it's a little bit. Yeah, why is that? It's a little bit pricier there. The 14s, you got 10,000 of open interest. I guess either one of those would probably be okay. You do have decent volume on one, but the juice is at the 15. Again, you're going to see more open interest activity on the zeros, on the 50s, etc. So that's pretty interesting there. We got some bigger ones down there at 21 through 23. So they're all they're all trading down right now based on AMC jumping back down into the lower thirds of $13 a share. So if that holds true, that's probably not a bad entry point on those. I think time wise, if I was buying them, I'm okay with the 416. I do have some 416 calls myself. Mine are at $8. Those will be a little bit more. Here's the 8s, and let me, it's not going to show my position, so there we go. All right, mine should pop up on here in a second. So that's the ones I own. I own the 8s. So yeah, I mean it's trading down. It's trading down right now as the stock trades down. We might be a little bit range bound, at least in the short term here. Definitely worth watching. I'd be careful of this level here at 13. We are on the 3 minute. We're on our third down candle with lower highs and lower lows. So patience. But we are in that oversold condition. Oversold condition. The blue is crossing the red. So from a stock side, that says we're not quite there yet. Done selling, but it looks like it might be forming a little bit of support here. We'll see here what happens. Overall, we got the VIX coming back down a little bit on the bottom part of your screen. The S&P going up a little bit. And again, this is a 30-second chart, so all this activity over here, from here over, is all yesterday's activity. So that's all yesterday's activity. Where this is this morning's activity, the volatility index is going to show in the pre-market as well. So volume sellers are definitely in control. All right, interesting candle here on the 3 minute. So let's see if this thing can battle back. We'll go over to the 30-second. Again, don't pay any attention to the buy-sell signals or even the indicators on the 30-second or the Bollinger Band. I look for confirmations on the 3 minute. What are you whining for? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, and we'll get and there's a spike. So now 1292. So second resistance 1295 from what several of us on Discord is seeing. Okay, so let's go into the 3 minute now. Let's see if we can form some resistance lines and take a look at where things are. Yeah, because of yesterday, I need to go out further. And let me eliminate the externals because since we broke through last night, Yeah, it's hard to look at. It's hard to look at resistance if you're looking at. You know, it already broke through that 1295. So again, that's a concern. As the S&P is going up a little bit, you have GameStop down 14%. We're down 9%. So again, we were on a 25% run yesterday. So this is nothing. The volume. We had some good volume towards the end of the day yesterday, which was good, which kept us above the $14 level. So 1267. Let's go to the 3-minute. Yeah, I'm not seeing the support level 1295. I don't know where they came up with that from, but that didn't show up anywhere in any of my math. And basically on support and resistance, I mean, you could look at, let's see where they're getting these from. So if we go to the 5-minute on my broker account, and you can say, okay, it's saying the pivot's at 1346, support 1 is at 1243, and support 2 is at 1082. So 1243 is the first support level based on a 1346 pivot. So that 1295, nowhere in there, even on a 5-minute chart of support and resistance levels. So I'm not sure that that's, you know, and the fact that we've already broken through there. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, so if we go back and look at 1262 and say over here yesterday at 7:15 in the morning, so you know, roughly a half hour from now, yet 24 hours ago, it bounced there. So that would tell me that 1260 area is actually looking okay. It got down to 1255, so that would match the 1245 third resistance. So that's actually pretty good. It blew through that 1295. I think that was too short term for a guess on a resistance level, but this is definitely looking like it's wants to bounce a little bit. Let's go back into the 30-second. We should see some ups on it. There it is. Come back over here. So you're going to see pressure again. You're on a low volume day. Okay. So we've got 27 million shares traded out of 152. 27 divided into 152. So 18% of the volume. And yesterday we had 200 million plus of volume. So a lot of that stimmy money came in. Let's check time of sales. I'll get that. So what are we looking at here? The 16 strike for April 16th, 218. So, you know, is it going to hit 1819 between now and April 16th, right? For your break even. But again, because of implied volatility, you could get a nice pop on it. I don't know. I sometimes like buying the in the money calls and paying a little bit of premium. If it shows on the safe side, the implied volatility is a little bit less. The delta is interesting as well. Let's look at the stock. Got some reds there. A little bit of a wall down here. Where it keeps bouncing on me. 1281 level. So 1284. So it's battling. It's starting to battle now. So 1243. You know, they're just looking at yesterday and saying after a huge pump, then that's where that would be at. So I don't know. I'm not necessarily feeling super comfortable with it. But if you know, the question is, where are we going to hold to? If we're up 25% yesterday, remember we were up 38% last week on AMC. So if we were up 38% last week, and now we're down, you know, we're down right now 8.5% off of the 25% gain we had yesterday. We're still looking very, very good for Friday. It's just a question of, again, the two big barriers or the two big catalysts that we have is additional stimulus money coming in today or tomorrow, and most of it came in yesterday. Again, what I talked about yesterday is that people that got their paychecks that weren't getting their stimulus till, say, tomorrow, they took their paychecks from Friday and probably put it into the stock. And so they front ran their stimulus check based on their guess on when their last stimulus check was deposited. So if they say, hey, talk to their partner and their spouse and say, hey, honey, hey, here's the deal. We're going to get that check on Wednesday. Let's hold off on the car payment. We still won't be late. We have a 10-day grace period. We'll make it on Wednesday when the stimulus money hits. Let's invest now. You also had a lot of outflows, I think, from GameStop yesterday into AMC. Couple reasons. Psychologically, it's a lower price stock. The fundamentals are much better as far as the long-term future prospects of them. A lot of news, a lot of press over the weekend and everything from the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund. So that was certainly good news. There was a Newsweek article on it, CNBC talking about it, the whole 9 yards, where GameStop, other than the excitement over the fact that it might squeeze, there really wasn't any news on GameStop. So now GameStop below 200, down 41 points to 16. Let's look at the 3-minute. And it's going to battle these lines. It's going to battle the VWAP and the 200 and the 50 average as those trend down, getting into an oversold condition on the RSI, MACD with solid red volume driving this thing down. So the problem with GameStop is it may cause people greater than AMC to panic and possibly sell out of their position instead of having the diamond hands that they need to have to keep that thing up towards upper 200s, getting it to 300 again by Friday. So interesting there, because as more people move out of this, it's going to cause more people to move out, plus those that have bet against it. My concerns with GameStop is versus AMC, and there's a lot of chat on Reddit, etc., where they're talking about, well, once GameStop moons, then I'm putting my money in AMC. That's not happening. That's basically a pipe dream, because the logic is that you have institutional buyers that have moved into AMC, institutional buyers have not moved into GameStop. Okay, so when you don't have institutional buyers, and they come out with their earnings on next week, I think on the 23rd is when they report. So they report on March 23rd, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. And again, the huge chip shortage, like we talked earlier, that are affecting the car manufacturers, are also affecting Sony and Microsoft and AMD and Nvidia and everybody else, and that are producing these consoles, and you can't get them in stock, and they're not expecting supply to come back until the middle of summer. So you may not be able to pick up that Xbox, except an odd one here and there, because you got to battle for all these semiconductor chips. And it's what the new administration was talking about last month. They talked about forming a commission, and we haven't heard a word on it in the last couple of weeks. So I don't know where they're at on that one, but GameStop may continue to see this little bit of a sell-off here, but the volume is going to be key, and super low volume, 6 million based on a $58 million average volume, so we have that there. Again, AMC, if we can hold above this 13, and it's climbing back just a little bit, which is good news. That floor at that 1255, I don't know, Rice, I don't know if you did pick up those options or not, but into lunchtime may retest unless we get some big time volume here. Looking at the volume, sellers, you have a lot greater sell volume than we had on the buy volume yesterday. So this is all yesterday. Here's the line. You can delineate that really easily, and you can look at the correlation between the volume yesterday, okay, with the volume today. A lot more sellers, but the volume was a lot greater yesterday, and a lot of that was as it was pumping up into that 14 range. So if we can continue this, we are on a buy off of that bounce there. I'm sorry, we're not on a buy. Just strike that. Let's see. All right, so we got one green candle on the 3-minute. We got the blue well below the red though, but we have declining selling volume. So when you see the lighter shades of red on the MACD, you have declining selling volume. Again, RSI looking at an oversold condition as the S&P continues up. Let's check those real quick. Top middle of the screen, S&P is up 9 points. The NASDAQ is up 107. So we are, let's take a look at the heat map, and we'll take a look at that because that's on there. And this will basically give us the sentiment as well. But we should look somewhat decent, but mixed overall. Okay, so again, we got our stocks. We got our Apple up 1.7%, Microsoft up 0.5%, Google up almost 1%, all the energy and everything else. Again, this is on the rising dollar. So the dollar's going up today. So all of our energy sector is going to be going down. Banks are getting hit pretty good. We have the med stuff, J&J's and the Pfizer's. Lilly up a little bit today, up 0.63% after the very huge dump yesterday. Chip makers are looking up 535 on NVIDIA. Micron up 3.54%. AMD up to the $84 range. So, and I like AMD. I like it as a $105 stock long term. I'm just concerned that they run out of news. They had great earnings and the stock tanked. And then with the tech pullback, they pulled back more so even than NVIDIA did. So I've got concerns for them over there. Tesla's looking down as well. They're down, but again, they're going to hold. If Tesla can hold this 700 level through the week, we'll see. I have greater concerns over the entire market holding on to any gains that we put in yesterday or today as well. So bought 90. Okay, so bought 92 at 1303. All right, cool. You're basically front running the 3-minute, which is okay. But again, you are right at that VWAP and the 200 average, even though we're below the 50. Below the 50 again, it's going to be such short term because we're going into yesterday's because I had already removed the externals from yesterday. So you basically have today. And then this is yesterday afternoon, which is why we got the 14. So 1306, low volume. Again, I do have a concern because our buy volume, even though we're decreasing selling volume, the buy volume that we have is not exceeding what was brought in. But that's with an absolute grain of salt because these are going to be these market on sell orders for everybody that had profits and held overnight. Thinking, well, if it doesn't pump, I'll sell it when it opens. And I'm still up 20%, right? Or 20, yeah, I'm up 20%. It's down 6.84% right now. Had a 25% run or whatever it was yesterday. So based on that, they're still profitable. So maybe if we can get volume back above this range, it can hold and continue marching north here, at least up into the 1380 range if we get that. But I'm surprised I don't have a buy signal yet. Until this candle gets, well, we had one there. We got to have a wick above this 1318. If we don't get that, it may turn again. At least, again, very, very short-term live trading stuff, right? So yeah, the resistance currently is 1295-ish, and I wasn't going to buy until the 5-minute candle stayed above it. There you go. So looking at the 5-minute. Yeah, so this is why I use a 3-minute. It just me, right? Your strategy, I'm sure, works fantastic for you. You've made some good calls here on the channel too, so definitely appreciate that and those listening. But when I look at the 5-minute, I look to front run, and by front run is I want to see what I guess is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes on a buy. So you definitely picked a nice spot there at 1303, but 1301 now. Again, I use a 3-minute for my purposes, only because I'm looking for confirmations, but my trading rules, right? Everybody has their own trading rules. If you don't have trading rules, please set your trading rules and stick to them. You have to start building confidence in your ability to get in and get out at the right times. Because I guarantee you I'm going to be completely wrong a lot of times. All right, so 1291 again. Yeah, 3-minute, never got a confirmation. Now we got a doji. Had a doji here to the upside, one candle on the 3, and then a doji back towards the downside. But it's looking on the 30-second chart, 1292, so down 8%. I guess if I'm, let's see, we'll go out to the 15-minute for a second, and I'm going to bring in yesterday's chart. So this is yesterday on a 15-minute. You can say, okay, if we're at this level right now, is there any real support or resistance levels that you can gain from here? Not really. We're in no man's land right now for support and resistance. That's the problem when a stock goes up that much in one day. Anybody guessing, myself included, on what real support and resistance are is a guessing game. I think Rice. I think over in the Discord, I think that 1245 level was a pretty good guess. And in hindsight, you know, as it dipped down to that 1255, that might have been an okay spot to get in if you could have caught this wick here. But again, you're pennies away, so it's really irrelevant based on, you know, the rest of the week and what's going to happen. I think, my own personal opinion, because as we're looking volume now, we've got just about 30 minutes, 25 minutes into the open. 36 divided into 152 equals 24% of the volume. So we've got 24% of the volume within the first half hour. Okay. But a lot of that, the majority of that, was that first 15 minutes where you had market on sell orders from people yesterday taking profits. You probably have scalpers and day traders, even though even on Schwab it lists as hard to borrow and subject to regulatory circuit breakers. So you know that message has been up there for days. Stocks may be difficult to borrow. If you're shorting, it says call if you want the rate and stuff like that. I still keep saying, yeah, maybe I'll call them. The reason why I'm not trying to call Schwab to ask him about the borrow rate on AMC is because I'm not interested in shorting it, number one. But number two, I don't want to sit on hold for an hour and a half. And it's normally not that long. Mondays are bad days to call, unless you can catch them during the lunch hour. Right before New York goes on lunch, that seems to be an okay time. But I think they're in Schwab in Texas. I don't know where they're at. I have no clue. I scalped them a few times last year, just as trades. I took a couple months worth of transaction fees, and I said, okay, Schwab, you owe me this much back, and then I scalped the stock on Schwab so I can pay for my fees. I do that with companies like Comcast. I've got a $90 internet bill. I'll try and scalp them once a month to basically pay them off, to basically run that bill. It's the same thing what I'm doing with Ford. So if I buy, and we'll watch AMC while this happens, and I'll pull up the time and sales and the level 2 quotes. But when I'm looking to possibly buy. Okay, so here's the deal. When I looked at the rules for being a shareholder and buying a Ford vehicle, you have to hold the shares for 6 months. January 13th is when I went all in on Ford. Okay, and not all in doesn't mean the entire portfolio. It means a good chunk. I'm in excess of 5,000 shares, and I got some options out to April. I've made over half of the value of a Mach-E. So my goal is that, hey, if I can be profitable, like I need Ford to hit 14 for my calls. If I can be profitable on Ford to the extent that my profits by owning the stock is greater than the amount of the vehicle purchase, free car. That's the way Crypto Sonar's head works. So if I can get a free car out of Ford by taking profits as a shareholder, and oh, by the way, if you own 100, and this is what you need to do. If you're looking at buying a new car somewhere down the road and it's publicly traded, like a GM, like a Ford, whoever, go to their investor relations page, click on it, see if they have a shareholder purchase plan. And I've got to check Costco too. I haven't logged into that one yet either. And then I'll compare, because if you buy like through Costco in the US, if you buy through their program, usually you get gift cards, you get a discount, you don't have to go in there and negotiate, and you're not paying MSRP, full retail value for a car. I fully expect to pay full price for the Mach-E Mustang if I pick one up. I really want one. Although it doesn't have luggage, you can't put anything on the top because the whole top roof is glass. And I didn't ask him about that. The dealership I went to was clown show. But With Ford, you have to own at least 100 shares for a minimum of a 6-month period. You then call this 800 number. They're going to give you the information or the email to send your proof of ownership, which could be your brokerage statement showing that you've owned the shares, as well as your time frame for owning them. Once they confirm that, they will give you back a PIN. That PIN code, along with your social security number, can be used at the dealership to get what's called a Friends and Family X discount. That Friends and Family X discount, your instructions are then to ask the dealership for the factory dealer invoice, not the MSRP and the sticker invoice, because that's all bogus, is the factory dealer invoice, which shows the family and friends discount on the factory dealer invoice. They have to give it to you with a caveat. There was a disclaimer in there that talked about that it is subject to dealer participation, so some dealers may not do it. The Ford dealer, when I told them I was a shareholder on Saturday, they didn't say diddly. They also lied to me and said that it's $1,000 down to pre-order the car, and they have to do a credit check. And I said, well, I'm paying cash. You ain't doing a credit check because I don't want the hit on my credit. I got into an argument when I bought my new Jeep last year because I financed it through my credit union because I could get a 2.75% rate on my car. I can make more on that money. So if I get a low interest rate, I'll leverage that. I have basically 2 payments. I have my mortgage payment and my car payment. My mortgage is at 3.5. My car payment's at 2 3/4. So because of that, I can make more on that, and I look to trade that each month. But it's good stuff there. So back up to $13 here. Again, we're trading in that range. So on the Ford thing, again, they're increasing more debt today. They just announced a $2 billion offering, so they're going to be under a little bit of pressure. And I've got a lot of profits there too. So we'll see what happens later in the day as we're looking at the indices. And we have the Nasdaq up 107, the S&P is up 8, and the Dow Jones is down 60 or so here on the open. Let's check the FinViz S&P 500 heat map. Ad removed. Okay, great, thanks. I don't care about ads. I don't know why these websites now got to block these ad blockers. I'm just trying to get free information for nothing. But I can't win. I don't like pop-ups. I've always hated them since they came out. All right. Okay, what are you doing? Microsoft's up 1%. I got to pet the dog in between here. Microsoft's up 1%. Apple up 1.65. Google up 1.5. Amazon up 0.93. Let's look at some other movers here. So AMC, we're at $12.99. So I'm okay with this right here. This little consolidation phase, call it 7 or 8% down, is okay. If we stay at the 13, it's like yesterday staying at the 14. You can't be greedy when you're looking at a stock that should be trading where Cinemark is up at $25. So if Cinemark's at 25, I think AMC should be at least there, based on everything that I've done on my research and everything going on, and also the major institutional buys that have come in on the stock. Then it says over there on YouTube, dealers are a joke. Yes, they absolutely are. I think that dealers. So I got into. They didn't like me when I bought my new Cherokee. Last June. What you doing? You jumping up? They didn't like me at the dealership, and mainly because a couple things. I told them that I'm doing my own financing, and I refused to let them pull credit on me. And it turns out they did a soft pull on me anyway. Even though I said I'm not financing through you, I did trade in my car, and I never gave them a price that I was willing to pay for the car. I just kept telling them no. I kept telling them, you're not giving me that for my trade-in. Go get me another number. And I sat there, and unfortunately, I spent like 5.5 hours in there. But I got a smoking deal on a Jeep Cherokee. And then I also insisted that they put $10,000 on my credit card. And why did I want to put $10,000 on my credit card? Because I use the Capital One Venture card, and if I put $10,000 down on it, I get 20,000 points, $200. It's an additional discount for me. So we don't do that. We never do that. And so when you're done with the deal, they make you go in and sit down with the F&I person. And the F&I girl that I sat down with, she already knew I had my pre-approval from my credit union and everything is good to go there. But she's going to go through her spiel. So I was like, all right, I'll give you a couple minutes. Go ahead. We have this, and this. Thank you very much, but that's not going to happen. And she goes, about this $10,000. I says, I've been here a long time. If you can't do the $10,000 on a credit card, I'll unfortunately probably have to go see another dealer. I'm really good at doing that. You got to learn how to do that at a dealer. It's the whole he who speaks next loses, right? So she immediately said, okay, fine, no big deal. We get a sale today. And it was a rainy day in June, and towards the end of the month, so I knew where the inventory levels were, and so it was definitely something that. What are you all jumpy for? Oh my God! Hold on, somebody wants attention. All right, sit. What do you want? Oh, jeez, you gonna kiss me? This is what you did? This is what you're interrupting me for? Okay, I love you too. All right, you good? All right, down. You are ridiculous. You are ridiculous. It's not playtime. Playtime is not for another hour and a half. You have to wait an hour and a half, and then we'll go play. We'll go for a WALK in the whole 9 yards. She's looking at me like I just took her lunch, and she already ate. She should be fat and happy right now. My 49-pound dog. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so let's get back to it. AMC 1289. You know, going into a little bit of consolidation phase, even on the indices. Let's take a look at where we're at on those, and let me scroll this back out a little bit. No, we're good. 30 seconds. So Dow Jones now down 115 points, so that took a little bit of a turn. S&P barely holding on to its gain of 5. And then we have the NASDAQ holding on to its gains of 109. And again, that's why we're going to have a mixed heat map here, which we'll look in a second. My week this week isn't even about the S&P because I'm forming my decisions. I'm forming my decisions on what I'm going to do if I decide to do anything based on the FOMC meeting tomorrow, where the numbers come out at 11 o'clock Pacific, 2 o'clock Eastern time. And what those numbers are going to be, and then we'll carry the press conference by Pew Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman. That will be at 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern time. And so I'm looking at the NASDAQ because I've got all kinds of call options expiring this coming Friday. I've got call options expiring this Friday on Nvidia at 5:45. So again, I'm getting really close on those. I've got 9 of these bad boys at 5:45. What are you chewing? What are you doing? Where's your bone? Hey, do this. Get your bone. Don't start chewing. You got all this kind of stuff to chew. So yesterday, here's what she did yesterday I didn't see. Yesterday, she decided that one of my lights, come over here. She decided that one of my lights, she had her squeaky toy. And if you heard the squeaky toy yesterday on stream, she decided that this power cord for one of my studio lights, it has a battery on it, looked edible. So, and it was literally right here. That's where it was. And she decided to chew this thing. I don't know when she did it. In the morning stream at some point. And I remember hearing the squeaky toy, and so she was right here, and I didn't realize it. And then at the break, I was like, "Oh, you chewed the cord." It's like you can't get mad at her, right? If you have a squeaky toy there and you got something else to chew that's right next to it, and you're a dog, it's just something to chew. The interesting part is she probably electrocuted herself on a 110 because she completely chewed through the cord. So she had to have gotten juiced. And it was just hilarious because it's like, okay, you know, and at that point it's probably a couple hours old, so you can't get mad at the dog and say, okay, what did you do? What did you do? Did you do this? Because she'll just give you that look like, I'm a dog. I have the memory span of like 30 seconds, right? So, so in between the streams, I hacked up the cord and rewired it and taped it up, and it's good to go. So a couple of my studio lights, I actually run them off the battery during the stream, and then I plug them in to recharge them, along with a backlight and then a headlight from back here, and go from there. All right, so let's get back at this here. So I'll have all kinds of interesting dog stories, and maybe we'll show some fun videos down the road too. All right, AMC 1274 now, definitely heading down, and the VIX is heading down. The S&P, let me scroll this right to here. Hold on a second, because I want to have, there we go. If I can have the Dow over here, because I've got the S&P over here. I have the volatility index here. I've got the dollar again. The dollar's up like 1.4 cents, 91.84. So as the dollar rises, markets, we'll see. All right, so AMC down $1.27, now down 9%. GameStop recovering a little bit off its low of the day by about $8. It was down to 175.52. It's now bounced back a little bit. It's trying to find support. Again, the dump that we had at the beginning on both of these, now it's going to find its level for the day, right? Call it the level for the day. Waiting for an SSR. On AMC, yeah, we'll see. They didn't, when the GameStop was happening, they halted GameStop. What was it? 4 times, right? Had a volatility halt on GameStop. I said yes, LMAO. I don't know that we'll see one on AMC. Whether they decide to issue one or not is going to depend on volatility and really what's going on. And again, on the volume side of things, if we were, now we're 42. 42 divided into 152 average volume. We're 28% of the volume right now. But most of that was over here. And again, the problem we talked about is when it made this little run here, what did I say? I said, okay, that's great. We have buyers, we have declining sellers, but the buying volume did not exceed. We know it's not going to exceed the market on open volume, but it wasn't, it wasn't correlating to what was happening yesterday. It wasn't correlating to what was happening in the pre-market. And so that's why, are we going to retest this 1255 or the 1245 like they had in the Discord? It looks like it kind of wants to, at least from the 3-minute chart. Initially, that doesn't look very good. I'm sure. Are they yelling about holding the line again in the Reddit stream, on the Reddit side of things? I haven't pulled up the Reddit this morning. I was doing all my research on Ford and everything else. I was looking at, and I was looking at some other things. I did want to go over a couple other things. Let me see here in my notes. Apple. Alibaba's browser removed from Chinese Android app stores. Okay, all right, whatever. Apple supplier tells investors it lost particular overseas client. Maker of camera modules. Okay. Alibaba stuff. Foxconn eyes EVs for troubled Wisconsin plant may go with Mexico. Okay, all right, that's interesting. Okay, so Foxconn eyes EVs for troubled Wisconsin plant may go with Mexico. May make electric vehicles at its high-profile but troubled plant in the U.S. state of Wisconsin, though could decide on Mexico, the chairman of the Taiwanese company said on Tuesday. Foxconn announced a $10 billion investment in Wisconsin at a White House ceremony in 2017. Okay, that's way back when. I remember that. Never came through. This stuff may advance large screen displays for TVs there. Then it said it would build smaller LCD display screens. Then it said it would likely build servers. And here we go. So a lot depends on electronics and software for EVs. So that's interesting. Oh, she's got a squeaky toy. I guess I got to watch my wiring again. So So just a nice turn on Apple. Let's look at the 3-minute here, and they're up 2%, so that looks pretty good considering overall on the S&P. You have a lot brighter green on the tech side of things. So tech seems to be the play for today, that's for sure. So nice run there. Might go into a little bit of a consolidation phase, so they look pretty good. Again, GameStop, they report earnings next week. We already talked about Ford, which I'm invested in and holder, and that's pretty much what I'm looking at there. Bitcoin, we have Bitcoin is down to 55,000. But again, when you look at something like Bitcoin, say, oh, it crashed off at 60. Yeah, okay. And over the last month, it's up 13%. Strike a pose. Not worried about it. Ethereum, I moved some money yesterday onto my Coinbase account to make additional purchases of Ethereum. I need to get my Ethereum. I'm not quite there yet. Unless I took other asset money, what I have on my crypto exchange, I'm not up to my 32 ETH that I need total to stake. And 32 ETH, 1785 times 32 is about $57,000 worth of Ethereum that I need to accumulate so I can run a validator mode, so I can create an income stream off of Ethereum into the future. And that's my goal there. Charlie 4912, good morning. Good morning to you. Good to see you back in the room. So Ethereum, I looked a little bit last night and I was saying, okay, if Ethereum goes down to 1750, will I buy some more? My last buy was at 1450. So until if the regular markets dump, and I've got some S&P stuff, I did some stuff on that. I'll show you guys that in a minute. As a matter of fact, let's go into that. Let's see, AMC's here, 179 on GameStop. Does this stuff show up? Let's see. Did I do it on the Nasdaq or S&P? Okay. All right. I'm going to go over the daily chart. This is what I did. All right. This is the S&P 500. Okay. Okay. Tough talk conversation time. And by tough talk conversation, I'm going to qualify what I'm about to say with a couple caveats. And the caveats are this. AMC is disconnected from this conversation. Rocket and GameStop are disconnected from this conversation. I told you all before, I have a button on my laptop that basically I go function, boom, and it market sells everything. Okay? Market sells everything and then reverses to a certain extent into the SQQs, which would be a market short. Okay? This is dangerous. Don't do this. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a tax advisor. I'm just some idiot on the internet that doesn't know what he's doing. Don't listen to me. Do your own due diligence. Okay? If the market dumps, I plan to go short. Okay? However, what does that look like and what was I looking at? And I'm going to leave these lines on here. Okay? I've got a line in the sand here because this is when I did the due diligence. I did it yesterday afternoon, basically. Okay? And I said, okay, what are the levels that I'm looking at for the S&P 500? And again, it's just an overall market sentiment index. I'm not going to trade or try and short the NASDAQ 100. I'm not going to do the Dow. The S&P has 500 freaking companies in it. Okay, it's a good barometer for sentiment. It's exactly why I have the S&P 500 here and the volatility of the VIX index here. Because if I have the VIX, I can see initially if there's a huge drop, I can immediately go to news and say, okay, there's a huge drop on the VIX. Let me take a look at breaking news. Let's pull this up. Let's look at top news, or it'll say breaking news. Pull up my news item and then my front page news, and then say, okay, benefits of AstraZeneca vaccine continue to outweigh the risks. Really? That's the biggest story right now, is the fact that 19 countries have banned the AstraZeneca vaccine. That's how many countries have stopped using it already. But the bigger issue with that is that back over to my chart is that Europe is talking about another surge, and that's what got me going. I was looking at the AstraZeneca stuff, and I'm trying to front run news, right? I'm trying to make my best guess on what's going on in the markets as far as what's going to happen at least short term. No, go play. Dude, you got like an hour before we get to go play. I'm working. She's just looking at me. She's giving me this look like, why are you treating me this way? You're up, you're awake, you're talking. It should be playtime. Okay, so here's what I did. So this vertical line here is just so that I can relate back as I look at this chart down the road. This is the daily chart on the S&P 500. I said, okay, if it drops, what's it going to drop to? And I got a couple levels here. And looking at the first level, I said, okay, if we look at where we're at, and if we take a look at where we're at right now, and it comes down to this first level, we've got a 6.6. I call it a 7% drop. Okay. So remember though, this is in context. All right. So if we drop down 7%, I got to click off of here. I don't know why it's doing this. If we drop 7% on the S&P, why is this not scrolling, dude? What the heck? Let me go back over here. Trading view, sometimes I love it, and it's a love-hate. There we go. All right. If it drops 7% over the last 3 months, look at this. So this is, or that's a NASDAQ, sorry. Back into it here. Here we go. Why isn't this thing scrolling? Dude, you're killing me. Okay. The SPY. Give me the SPY. All right. Because the index doesn't show it. Okay, 7%. So the SPY is up 8% over the last 3 months. Year to date, we're up 6.25. So now I'm going to go back over to the SPX. And so when I'm looking at the SPX, and I say, okay, if we go down 7%, I'm actually a happy camper. Remember, anytime we hit highs, we need to retest before we can go back up the next leg. So if we're up 7%, but where my worry comes in is this 37. I had 37.23. We got 37.49. We got 37.124 over here. So 37.223, 37.124, 36.94. These, I don't think it's enough of a confirmation because of the wicks on these candles here. And this is a daily chart. So this is a daily chart looking at the end of December, or I'm sorry, the middle of December, right around the 8th of December through yesterday. And I'm looking at it and saying, okay, if we dump, what are we going to dump to? What are we going to correct to? And 7% is my initial. My next stop down is, well, what if people panic and it drops down more? In other words, where are institutions going to jump back in? And I kind of came up with 2 levels. And the next level, another 2% down to this 35.88, call it almost 3,600 level. 36.46 is a pivot point here, and say, okay, we do that. I don't think it would be able to hold that. So if we drop 7% and then the market pulls back down even further and drops another 9, I don't think it can hold that 9 level. I don't think there's going to be enough support there. Then what are we looking at? This is what we're looking at. Then we're looking at about an 18 to a 20% drop in the S&P 500. That's just on the S&P. I still, before tomorrow, I still have to do this on the NASDAQ. I'm not going to do it on the Dow. I don't care about the Dow Jones Industrial Average. I do, but the sentiment is not as important an indicator as it was years ago. Okay? So if we go down 20%, so what I want to do is I want to be able to have cash available to purchase. So what does that mean? Well, for me, I'm PDT. I'm a pattern day trader. That's the way I'm labeled. That's the way the IRS treats me. That's the way my brokerage firm treats me. I can make as many trades as I want, in and out as much as I want. Many of you also have that designation. The rules are you got to have at least $25,000 in the account. Then you're considered a pattern day trader. If you further go on and open up an LLC or something like that, you can offset all your trades. Otherwise, your losses are limited to $3,000, and you're exposed to wash sale rules. Where if you end up having an LLC, possibly you don't have that. I'm not a tax advisor. I'm not a financial advisor. Consult a professional because I'm an amateur that doesn't know what he's doing. So again, back to here. If we drop down from 7%, break through 9%, then we're looking at 20. I didn't go below that because if this occurs, I'll be in cash and then I'm scalping. Okay, so you may see us turn into a little bit of more scalping plays after all this stuff is done on AMC, which is now down to 12.53. So basically dumped down another half a buck here below that, and then GME dumped down to 178. So if we're looking at this drop, I need to have cash available. Right now in my margin account, I have nothing on margin. Zero. Absolutely zero on margin. I have cash available, but I'm looking at making changes between today and tomorrow to raise cash based on the uncertainty of the FOMC. The FOMC meeting. If you watch the press conference that we saw from the Wall Street Journal Jobs Forum, and they talked about, and I know there's a question over there on CCIB. I'll try and get to that here in a minute. If we look at the FOMC meeting tomorrow that's going to take place, what happened during that Wall Street Journal? Pew Powell said a couple things. He said, if inflation comes in and he's not concerned about it, we're not going to do anything. That's basically paraphrasing what he decided he said he's going to do. S&P tanked, right? Then he came back and clarified some things and stuff like that. But when you're hearing all these news stories and we keep hitting these new highs and them saying that inflation is not here yet, they're lying to you. Okay? You see inflation every day. Where do you see it? Save your grocery receipts if you don't believe me. If you go to the grocery store once a week and you buy regular stuff, save your receipts. And then look at your receipts and see if those prices are going up. But easiest place to watch them is the gas pumps. And so as oil continues to go up, as Saudi Arabia has limited supplies through April, and as the economy recovers and those inventories go down, that inflation in fuel is going to roll into everything else. You can go back and do your own DD on it, but that's what's going to happen. Now, contrast that with a rising dollar. Now you throw the dollar in there and you look at yields starting to go up. It's not that inflation is here, because I believe it's already here. It's the government admitting to it that it's here. Because the moment they do that, the exact moment they do that, then the markets, we might be done for a little bit. Just my opinion. There have been a ton of people over the last 3 to 4 years that have been calling for the demise of the stock market. They've been talking about the bubble and everything else, and this is the first time in that entire time period that I've said we're due. And the lineup I've been waiting for all of this has been oil, inflation, rising dollar, rising interest rates. So think about that for a second. What causes the market to go down? Rising dollar. Markets go down. Oil equals inflation, so inflation goes up, and then yields go up. Yields go up, money flows out of the stock market, flows into bond. The bond market is what, 10 times bigger than the entire equities market, something like that. I could be wrong. You can correct me if you want. I don't feel like looking it up. But if all those come into play, I think you have to prepare your portfolio for what that's going to do. So what am I going to hold on to? I'm going to hold on to my U.S. oil. I'm going to look at the heat map and I'm going to say, okay, what does well in a recession? Okay, and you go back and you say, okay, so if we look at when President Obama was elected in 2008, what did well? Financials they did really good. Yeah, but okay, they're trading down a little bit today, but they've been having a nice little run. Energy is trading down on the rising dollar. So again, the battle I have with oil is, do I take some profits to raise cash, because I've already paid the profits in U.S. oil because they operate on a K1, so I've got to pay both unrealized and realized capital gains. So if I pull some of that money back that I've got to pay taxes on anyway, it doesn't matter. But I don't know if I'm going to take some money from there and then based on the dollar and everything else. It's going to be what's going to kick this off. What's going to be the catalyst that finally tips it. And then I could be 100% wrong too. So that's what I'm looking at. That's why I'm looking at the S&P, and that's why I'm thinking, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But as of right now, I still got substantial amounts invested in the market across all my holdings, and you guys are aware of that here on the channel too. All right, so we had a question in chat here. I just bought Cub at 0.7100 shares. I tried to sell on Robinhood, and it was pending, and the price went back to 7 cents, and it's still pending. If you had an order in there, if your price was greater than the amount that it was trading at that point, my CCIV, I would say call them, get on the phone with them, and say, hey, have your timestamps on your order, and it should say, it should say what you're going to be at. Yeah, I don't really follow CCIV. It's up 11% today, so yay, good for them. I know a lot of people did, based on the offering back in January. I think anybody that's offering models against Tesla, if it turns out that either the battery range is greater or the quality control is greater, is going to bite into Tesla shares. The problem with Tesla, on the good side of Tesla, is they keep building these big plants, and as they do this, their margins may go down, but their cost to produce and manufacture is also going down. So, again, I think Ford is a good play, but the problem with all the manufacturers right now is chips. They can't get the semiconductor chips. Ford came out yesterday and they said it's going to give them a $1.2 billion hit because they can't get semiconductor chips. It's going to affect their bottom line. GM came out and they said that their EVs, or not their EVs, but their GM trucks with a V8 engine, they're shipping them without fuel management modules because they can't get the chips, which means the fuel mileage is going to be less than what's specified. Now, I don't know what allows them to do that legally if they change the sticker, because they would have to submit for approval to get the EPA rating and everything else. So is the sticker going to say it's getting 23, but in reality you're getting 15? I have no idea. If anybody wants to go to a GM dealer and ask them about that, it's a good question. So I think that with all of this stuff going on, a lot of the EVs and whatnot could be a little bit risky. And why don't I have a CCID in here? Hold on a second. I thought I did. Okay. All right. So, those are all down today. You got fuel cell, ride, plug, multiple, Ford, I throw them in there, Workhorse, GM, Tesla's down 3, NIO is down, Solo is up a little bit, and then CCIV, XPEV up a little bit too, 2%. Those I did quite a bit of scalping on some of the EVs before too, and I've owned Tesla before too, so they're not the only ones. All right, so a little bit of pressure. Let's go back to our buddies over at AMC. Go back to the 3-minute chart, and we're going to be operating on a sell signal. Sell signal at 1401. That's from yesterday, which would have been accurate, unfortunately. So this is a 3-minute. Let's go to 30-second. Bought 12 more AMC. There we go. So 1249. So this is a 30-second chart again. Pay no attention to the buy signal, but 1234 bounce there. Where'd you get those at? Now you're at 114, average of 1270. Okay, there we go. Answer my question. All right, that looks pretty good. That's not bad. That's not bad. What did I buy my shares at? Anybody remember? I'll pull it up on my account. I forget what I bought my last actual shares. I have the options, and that's my main play with AMC. But I do have shares, and my shares, equities, I'm up 21%. I bought at 10.26. So the last group of shares I bought at AMC was at $10.26. So I'm up 21%. So 1270, yeah, that's a good number. That's actually a really good for an average price. Well, that's on the 30-second. Let's go to your 5-minute because I know you like that one. Looking at 1270, yeah, that's actually not bad. That works out almost from looking at 1260, 1259 or so, from a support level, if it could be called one, that's pretty interesting that your average cost runs right to what could possibly be a support. Of course, the concern is we broke through this, right? We broke through this, but we didn't on a 5 minute. We didn't break to your lines. Caveat though, my 3 minute versus your 5 minute, right? So the 5 minute, when you did your buy, we were up here in this range, and we said, well, you know, it's not down here. This is why I use the 3 minute, because I like to front run. So when we front run, it broke through right at the point that you bought. So again, it's just my own personal preference. I like a 3 minute for my trading. The 5 minute would, if I was using a 5 minute or slightly longer chart, it's coming right down to those lines right now, right down to the VWAP. So yeah, we'll see. I think it was a good buy. I think it was a safe buy. I think you're fine as far as the pricing goes. I would have waited a little bit longer here, but I'd be okay right now if I was looking for additional, which I'm not. Not yet, because it's got to figure itself out. Again, when you have this sell-off here, off of these runs, you're going to have a wide Bollinger Band. Be careful. The Bollinger Band, the reason I have that shadow up there on the Bollinger Band, I know it's okay. It's old technical analysis, and nobody uses the Bollinger Band anymore, and it's all about the fibs. If you don't have your 15 fib retracements and you don't have all these shadows on your charts and you don't listen to them, you don't know what you're doing. All right. I look for confirmations in multiple places. That's what I show you on the chart, so that I can look at the S&P and say the S&P is going up, the VIX is going down. Let me look at the 3 minute chart, and this is right before I place a trade, and I'll pull this up. And I'll say, I don't know why this keeps going back to daily, but it does, so I'll change it back to a 5 minute interval. I'll look at the 5 minute chart there, and I'll say, okay, hocus pocus. We look okay here based on this level, this 1250 level. Over here, we're approaching that now, but we're breaking down below it. The 1 day on this particular chart means nothing, so now I'm back to the 5 minute. Let me drop down to the 3 minute, go back over to the chart. Look at my S&P. S&P is leveling out a little bit, consolidating. VIX is trading up a little bit, trading up greater than what the S&P is running up. That's a concern for me. Come down here. I'm going from an oversold and starting to head up. That's actually good news. The blue line is starting to peak a little bit, coming up onto the onto the red sign. I do have a buy signal. Boom, I'm in. So 1265. Let's say I miss it on this calendar. I'm buying it right now. 1271. It says it's safe to buy right now, and we could get a run on a scalp at least up to here. Okay, so that's what I do if I'm doing TA right before I decide to place another trade. Everything is in line here except for the blue line, but I could front run it a little bit on these greens, but it's not greater than the reds. So very, very skinny selling, consolidation might lead to a little bit of an uptrend here, and that appears to be what's happening right now. So again, it's just why I like the 3 minute. I love the 5 minute too, don't get me wrong. Whenever I'm on Schwab, right before I go in, I'm looking at these on most stocks. I'm looking at the levels, and I call them levels, whether it is pivot points or support levels or resistance levels. I just call them the levels, because most people know what I'm talking about when I say the levels. So that's something that when I'm looking at a buy situation, let me click off here, and I'll leave it. I'll usually leave it on the 1 minute over here. I'll check my time and sales. I'll click over here onto the sell side, so that I get that. So I get my discounts. Being a market maker, I notice that my thing says after hours. I'll put it on smart. I can also choose to send it directly to ARCA or NASDAQ. I just leave it on smart. Schwab is pretty good about giving me good executions. I've had historically really, really good luck with them on my buys and sells, and my price improvements. That's what I look at. If I get price improvements, what do you want? What? You just had hugs, dude. You had hugs. Oh my God. My toddler. What? What do you want? What do you want? All right, there's your hugs. And if I'm looking forward, she'll do whatever she can to have my face in front of whatever I'm doing, so I can't do what I'm trying to do, like she's doing right now. What do you want? Huh? You want your hugs? All right, there's your hugs. All right, down you go. Okay, go play. Where's your ball? Go get it. Go get it. Okay. She's going for a walk as soon as the stream is over. Oops, she probably heard me. All right, let's go back over here, take another quick look at where we're at. Again, continuing to run here. Now I'll drop down to 30 seconds, and let's say I'm in at this 1260, right, or 1261, okay? I'm in at 1261. Now what's it going to run up to? It should run up to here, right? It should run back up to 13. So good buy on there. I want a Great Dane. Come back up. My Fidelity only has 1 in 5 minutes. Yeah. And again, I pay in excess of $500 a year for TradingView. Like, I love my broker. Okay. I like dealing with Schwab because they're fair. Anytime I've had a problem, they've straightened it out, and they always erred on my side and what I tell them should or could have happened, and give me the benefit of the doubt every single time. Now, that could be because of the amount of money I have with them. I don't know, but it's logic, and when I throw logic at things, it tends to go mostly my way if I throw logic and common sense at it. The problem I have with them is, I got the same issue. I got a 1 minute chart, and if I'm scalping, 1 minute is too late. So if 1 minute is too late, I mean, I can go to AMC and I can freak everybody out, and I pay big money for this. This is a 1 second chart. This is a candle every second, and that's live AMC every single second. And if you look at that, you can't trade off of that. But it ended at 1 minute. So to pay extra, I got the 30 seconds, and that's really the one I wanted because I try to front run stuff. It's the same reason I use 3 minutes. It's the same reason I use 180 instead of 200. By doing that, I can front run stuff just a little bit for my trading style. And so I pay extra for that, and then I pay extra. It's $8 a month extra I pay for CME futures data. Was $4 more a month. I went and picked that up yesterday. $10 a month I pay extra outside of my subscription, and that gets me live quotes on New York Stock Exchange, ARCA, NASDAQ, and the CME for the futures, so that I don't have to log into my Schwab account and pull everything up on there, or go to my phone and try and do a chart on there. So I like having multiple monitors in front of me so I can see what I'm doing. I always have the S&P 500 and the VIX. So this is not only for your benefit, it's for my benefit on a quick trade, so I can do my sentiment check. I use this for my sentiment check. Okay. So now, we didn't bounce. Let's look at a 5 minute here. So, we're above here, but we're not coming up here. The cloud is still wide. 3 minute chart. Again, coming up. This 13 level didn't quite get there yet, but that's why I call it front running. It's just my research crap. But that's why I try and front run stuff a little bit using the averages. I want to be just that, we're competing for pennies on fills, right? So if I'm competing for pennies on fills, and I'm looking to see what's going to happen, 10, 15 seconds later, and I'm over here and I'm clicking at, hey, I want to buy it at 1282. I don't want to buy over here at 1283. Why would I want to do that? Well, if you have a thin spread like we do on AMC by a penny, almost every single time I'll get filled over here, so that it turns me into adding liquidity into the market, and Schwab gives me a discount for that. Okay. So sometimes I don't get my fill and I have to adjust, and I'll place the order, and I'll have the order box up here, which is hidden down here, because I don't want to disclose all my positions. But you guys know what I own. I just don't want to disclose the numbers per se. Maybe I will someday. We'll see. But then I'll just click a change box if I have to change. If I had to change something, especially on an option chain, if I'm looking to do an option, usually on options, what I'll do is if I'm looking at something, and let's leave the April ones up here, and here's mine in the money. Okay, there's my April 16th $8 calls that I have over here. Okay, if I'm looking at what if I'm going to sell them, I'm going to put it in over here on the ask. If I'm going to buy them, I'm going to take the bid, I'm going to take the midpoint, I'm going to go halfway in between those. I'm going to see if I get filled. If not, I'll lower my bid a little bit. The market maker, they'll see that, or the algorithms will see that and say, okay, he's willing to take a little bit more, let's fill him. So it's very, very rare. I usually never buy an option on the bid. I usually get the mid. I usually get a little bit below the midpoint, and I think they just take it to get rid of me. But that's the way I trade. If I'm selling the option, if I'm selling to close the option, then I'll look at the ask, I'll look at the midpoint, and I'll trend towards the top end of the ask depending on what's going on in the market. Okay, if the market is trending just a little bit up, I'm going to be closer to the ask. If it's starting to trend down a little bit, I might do the midpoint. If I want to get out of it right now because the market's turning, I'll go to the bid, and I'll put in the bid and basically sell my position, my option to close it. So how do I get to see your chart? Dude, you don't want to see my chart. Seriously. You really, really don't. I'll put this up and you can go back and pause. I got 16 of them in there, and a lot of them are turned off because if I'm looking at doing certain things, depending on what they're doing. So there's basically I've got to do a video on it, and I apologize, but because again, you're supposed to be following your own rules. You're not supposed to be doing what I'm doing, but I get the ask. I totally understand it. I do plan to put together a video over what I do and how I do it, and what I look for. You guys see examples of it almost every day. You see examples, and you see my head go here to here to here to here, back over to here, back into my brokerage, come over here, look at this, make a confirm, click on the market depth. I'm buying, so I click on the ask, or I click on the bid, and then boom, buy, and I'm in. So you guys see that when it happens, or I give examples if I'm looking at a stock or evaluating a stock and say, okay, what would be a level I'm comfortable at? And again, it's always a level I'm comfortable at, not yours. You should be forming your own levels. The whole key here. Okay, haha, LMAO. Well, your chart makes a lot more sense. It's not that it makes more sense. It's the fact that you've been hearing me talk about it, and then the only thing you can do is you can gauge what I'm saying. Does that then happen based on what I'm saying is lining up? And then there's going to be times I'm wrong. You've heard, but then it's like my traits. I think I said last week that and I said I would pull this up. I'll pull up, probably maybe next week. We'll see what happens later this week, and I'll pull up my profit and loss and show you my percentages on trades. I'll pull up a couple time periods and give you examples, like maybe in January or February or something. This has just been a weird month. I'm up very, very nicely on the month. But if I'm trading 74% of my trades are profitable, or 60, let's say 64% of my trades are possible, and I look for a 2-to-1 ratio. In other words, my trading is more about cutting my losses than making my gains. What that means is if I'm taking a loss, I don't want to take a full loss, right? I want to limit my losses. But then there's other examples where I've lost a farm on it too. And then on my gains, like everybody that trades, that shows you their gains. I've talked about my losses here as well. I'll always do that because it's honesty and integrity, and that's important. That goes back to my Marine Corps days. My gains may not necessarily be at the absolute top because, again, I use a different chart. I'm front running, letting your runners run. Everybody talks about it. I get filled sometimes at the top of a market, or I buy a bottom fill based on stuff I do. Some of that is luck. Some of that is, a monkey could throw a dart at a chart because we're in a bull market. It's what's going to happen if we get that pressure on the downside. My chart just has resistance levels, trend lines, and predictions. Again, because I scalp, and I haven't done a scalp here in a little bit. I've done some swing trades like I talked about on Rocket yesterday. Oops, the cloud is thinning out. Yes, it is. And why? Okay, so good point. So let's go to the 3-minute though, because again, it's thinning out. It's a 30-second chart, right? The 30-second chart. Let's go to your 5-minute. Okay, I'm gonna call it your 5-minute instead of mine. Okay, is it thinning out yet there? Nope. Maybe a little, just a little. If you look at right here, 1438. down to 11.99. That's a huge range. Let's go to 3 minute. Okay, my 3 minute shows it thinning, and I've got my confirmations. Again, we talked about this one, and it said that's good. I would have got in a 1260 something. On the 3 minute, we're still there. On the 5 minute, definitely thinning out, and you're trading above here, but we're on a buy signal. So if you're using a 5 minute and you're looking at this 200 and you're saying, man, I'm above. Oh, this is a huge momentum play. I'm going all in because we're going all the way up here. You just got to be careful on it, because the reality on my trading says, well, where are we going to come up to next? And look at this on the turn south. It came, it breached, pulled back, doji down. I call that a doji down because it's right at my level on my 3 minute, and then it trends. Some of it's just pure blind stupid luck too. So your 3 minute is a liar. It could be, like I said, sometimes it's wrong, and I'm wrong just as many times as well. All right, so 1289. We want to get this in. We want to get this. We got to break through this. No ifs, ands, or buts. We got to get above 13, and we got to hold it. Again, the problem is ignore the volume from this doji right here. Ignore all this volume. It doesn't come into play anymore, because that was just crap FUD on the open. It could have been scalpers and day traders looking to short on the open, or were already short in the pre-market. And I don't know how many YouTubers use a 3 minute. Most people look at a 1 minute or a 5 minute. I like 3. Again, it's just my preference. 1292. So that looks good. Let me look at some of the other ones here. Indices. I'm not going to click on them. Dow is down 96 right now. We have the S&P is up 9.6, and the NASDAQ is up 144. So real quick, watch these change a little bit brighter green. It's going to be quick. 3, 2, 1, and go. Little brighter green. What the heck? See, I'm using a different browser, and now it's doing pop-up ads. That's why I use Brave. So I may go back to Brave, and we'll see. I have Brave on my main down here on my laptop, which doesn't show stuff. All right, so let's look at some other ones here as we look at AMC trying to break up towards $13. AMD is up $1.90. Boeing down 2.35%. They're down 6 points. Chevron down 273. GM down 55 cents. Intel, again, chippies are up. Intel up $1.66. Roblox up $3.57. Tesla down $1.31. And I want to go back and I want to see. So here we go. So, all right. Okay. Got another 2,000 on my NVIDIA options. Yay, where are they at? NVIDIA 539. Are you kidding me? Sorry, I got to click on this. Are you freaking kidding me? Yes. What do I need on these? 545. I got my calls at 545. So I need that puppy up a little bit more. And 540, that's a good sign. But I need it probably by tomorrow. Okay, so 1287 looks like it's leveling out just a little bit here. GameStop down 29, so it's recovered a little bit, down from the 170. What is it? 172.35. Issued a buy signal as well. On the 3 minute at 172.35, so about $20 ago. Had a nice thinning line. Let's look at a 5 minute. You know, again, what's about it? 5 minute, you wouldn't have been buying over here on my chart. 3 minute, thinning Bollinger, blue cross the red back over here, right? Buy signal, blue above the red, not in an overbought, thinning cloud, below all three would have gave me a buy signal, and it's up 20 bucks from there. So on a scalp, 20 divided into 193. Yeah. Nice little run back up. 10% very quickly too. So let's say we missed that candle. Even if you got in here, you're up 7%. In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3 times 7 in 20 minutes. 20 minutes you'd be up 7%. AMC. Doji might be a turn. Still too early to say. S&P VIX heading up, but again very flat here as we get closer to lunchtime. I use Brave. Oh, how much bat you got? I don't on my Brave browser. What the heck? I'll pull this up here. Hey, all right, now it's gonna act up on me. There we go. This is what I want to do. I don't do that. I don't earn any my Brave rewards. I don't earn any crypto on that. I just don't. I'm not interested in it. I guess I probably should, but the idea with Coinbase, I can't have a Binance account in the state I live in. They took it away from me up in Washington State. And Gemini, I don't know, the Winklevoss twins, Winklevoss, whatever the heck their name is. Not interested in them either, so I just do Coinbase. But it's a good browser. I like it. I mean, I earn it. It's slow, but better than nothing. This is true. Discord has a hold the line meme with Stewie in a straitjacket looking cracked out. There you go. Hold the line means nothing when you need buyers to come in and exceed the seller volume. Again, the concern is over here with all the seller volume. Do we have buyer volume exceeding it on a day where we have 35%? Let's see, 65 divided into 152. 43% of the volume has been traded so far in an hour and a half. So that's okay. Okay, there's a sell signal. So there's a sell signal there, and let's say you're right there now at 1271. Okay, so 1271. Let's go over to 5 minute, and you're still on a buy over here a bit. Still on a buy over here. So looking at the 5 minute, you could say, okay, it didn't come up to here. It might bounce back down to here. But on the 3 minute, it gave me a sell. Okay, pop back up just a little bit, 2 pennies, 4 pennies, 1276. Sometimes if it will create a run back up, but it almost got up to my line up here. It'll reverse. Low selling volume, which is good. Coffee gone, got some water left over. $12.76 now, so up 5 cents off the sell. Let's go down to 30 seconds. Went into, you know, that last signal, it did go into an oversold condition on the RSI. Oh, that's on the 30-second though. And some charts might be better than others based on what's going on. You look at this and you say, okay, I'm just going to ride it, right, on a 30-second chart. Well, sometimes things move weird, but you can't ride it. You're not riding these at all when there's no correlation to them, or even here on a 30-second chart. Okay, 1279. Look at the 3 minute. Maybe it took away the sell indicator. Nope, the sell indicator is still there. Pivot point 1234. For this range would have been a nice buy down there apparently. Yeah, if you would have got 1234, wow, that would have been a good scalp. Let's say you got just a little bit above that to right here. Yep, that's worth it. 34 cents. I'll take 2.7% all day long. All day long. All right, now 1286. So let's go back to the 30 second. Again, it wants to head up to this 13 level. It really, really does. Just not quite enough volume to get us there initially. Indices up at the top here. Dow down 137, Nasdaq up 146, S&P 500 up 7. Look at our heat map. Freaking pop up again probably. Nope, no pop up this time. Apple up, Microsoft up, Google up, Amazon up, Tesla down. We can run through some other ones here as this thing approaches 1290. 3 minute. Okay. Still on a sell, but now if it breaks and we get above this 1293, it may give us another buy if we get a confirmation candle on it. I may not have, if I was scalping, I don't know if I would have sold here. I probably would have taken some off the table and basically just scaled. And by scaling, that means, hey, if I bought 200 shares, I'm profitable. I sell 100 of them. Maybe I set a stop loss down here so that I still get a profit on the way out if it breaks through. And so I'm profitable no matter what happens. Or you take double your profit on your initial buy-in, and then you scale that profit out so that you basically got free shares. Depends. All right, so back to the 30 seconds, 1292, that looks good. Back to the 5 minute. Again, that 13 that we've talked about, you know, it's a sentimental and definitely a way to go. 3 minute, I know. She's getting antsy. She's still got a few more minutes here though. We're gonna probably cut this one a little bit early because I really need to get her outside and everything else. She's driving me nuts so this morning, but it's always in a good way. She's a good dog, except for the wire that she chewed yesterday, huh? What are you doing? You're not jumping up. You're not getting hugs right now. All right, go. Where's your ball? Where's your squeaky? Go get your ball. Where's your ball? You want a treat? Here, we'll give her some treats. Okay. So if you have a dog with a lot of energy, I do puzzles. This is the puzzle she gets. It's basically a plastic ball with a hole in the middle, and then the dog food goes in there. And then she can just roll around and get busy with it. I should have done that earlier, huh? And basically just do one of these, toss it, and she's off to the races, and she will roll that thing around until she gets all the food out of it with her paws. The problem is she's pretty good at it. So her food dish, she was, okay, so 1287 here. Let's go back to 32nd. Her food dish is basically a maze that the food goes in, so she's got to work to get it out because she eats too fast. And so puzzles, my dog is a puzzle dog. And so if you got a dog that's high energy, has a lot of energy like my breed does, and they need to move around, puzzles are the secret. Keeps them busy. All right, let's see here. So definitely a red day for me. And NVIDIA, though, is a shining spot, up 537. And here we go. Yeah, AMC 1288, GameStop 194. 194. Again, we had a buy signal over here, back here, which was a nice solid one that would have been up a good amount of money if I was scalping on it, but I wasn't. AMC, good turn here. Let's take a look at the indices. All right, so we have... Okay, oh, and I made the 8 chart. We'll leave that open in between streams. So the Dow is up, or sorry, Dow is down one, right? Dow is down 150, so we're down on the Dow 150 points. S&P 500 is up 5.8%, or 5.9 points, up 0.15%. And the NASDAQ is carrying a very nice gain, up 141, up about 1% overall. Some movers, Ford is down. Ooh, my Iterum, up another 6%. Nice. A little bit of a win there. My 9 Pharma, they're at a conference today, my 9 meters. Pharma, I don't know what time that thing starts though. And NVIDIA is up a nice chunk of change, up 2% to 538, which is good. So AMC 1290 now. Didn't drop in a buy signal yet. Let's see the 3-minute. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I would have sold here. It's not a trade, so it would have been an instant decision that I can't say what I would have done, whether I would have sold it or not. On the 5-minute, that looks good too. Back to the 3, nice turn, but it's still on the sell. So it's interesting that we don't have another buy signal. And that's probably because the volume, there we go, we might get one. It might assign a buy signal over on this candle. I don't think it's going to go back 3. We'll come back to that in a little bit. So nice pop here. $12.99, come on, do it. Give me it. Give me it, give me it, give me it. Come on, I know you wanna. Let's go. Nope. Yep, come on, hit it. Hit it. Oh, Doji. Doji on the 30-second. Let's see the 3-minute. Did it give us a buy? Not yet. Again, it's got a break. It's not the 13. It's got to get to like 1303 before it gets a little momentum push. Yeah, look at it. Are you kidding me? 5 candles in a row. Like this 1298, 1299. Look at the top of these wicks. All of them. Gee, I wonder who's stopping it. There we go. There's the 13. There's a break. There's the break. It should have popped a signal there. Just on that candle right there. It didn't yet. Come on. What are you waiting for? Blue is above the red. And again, I would have been operating off of this one, and hopefully I would have held through that. I don't know if I would have or not. It's not a real trade, so who knows. And then pull back. So on the 3-minute, now on 5-minute, not even close. It's trading above the lines. There we go, 1305. That's good. Oh, there's our buy signal. So it gave us the buy on this candle on the 3-minute, just gave it to us. So it hit that 1303 and then bounced, and then there's the pop. So there we go. That's a little bit of why it's resistance. Check the 5. Pivot at 1346, but again, my pivots are going to be a little different. That's off of Schwab, so that's Schwab and their standard standard stuff. 1 second. I had to sneeze and I didn't want that on camera. All right, 13.14, looking good here. So this is the 5-minute chart here. Again, this is where these levels, you got a thinning line here. The 3-minute would have been the better one to follow, at least on initially this trade. Again, this area here, 2 candles on my 3-minute does not necessarily make a trend. I don't know if I would have followed this sell over here, because if I would have sold, it probably would have been down here, and then I'd be buying back higher. Would still be profitable a little bit, about 1% or so. So again, 1% on anything is a good one. But here we go. Now we're coming up to the 200 in the VWAP. So we'll see if it turns and can hold. If it can hold here, that would be pretty good. Ooh, that's a good candle. Yeah, that was a nice candle. So here's the 5-minute again. Good candle on the 5. I agree. But look at the 5-minute. Look at the 5-minute. The blue finally crossed the red right here. So would have missed this buy signal that it gave to me on the 3, and the buy signal on the 3 would have been better. So now on my 3-minute, now we're looking at like 13.25, 13.29, 13.30 or so. We're seeing if this turns into a momentum swing. And our volume, you know, we took this one out. Over here, I still have some concerns. I still got some concerns. This is the history on the volume, this range right here. This is not the history on the day based on market open. I don't care about that anymore. I'm over all that. I'm looking over here in the last hour and a half, what's been happening. So there we go. There's a nice little break again. So again, we're at 1362, but that 1362 was at the open. Already? So that's it. She cleaned it out. I'll throw a couple more in here as we finish up this training. You want some more of these? I gotta get some more downstairs because this bag is empty. And let's see. Where do I want to toss this time? Let's go that way. Okay. I'm in the nook upstairs, so I've got my back office behind here. I've got another bedroom here, and my master bedroom is, or another bedroom here and here. So 1, 2, 3, master, and this is a nook, and I've got another den downstairs. AMC doesn't have a lot of mentions like the other day. Okay, there we go. We can pull that. Well, again, the whole thing on stimmy money was yesterday. Because I think people took their paychecks from the weekend and the 15th. Remember, a lot of public employees might only get paid twice a month on the 15th and the 30th. Yesterday was the 15th. Anybody in the military gets paid on the 15th and the 30th. So then you look at that and you say the people that get paid on Friday that did some D&D over the weekend and said, I'm going all in on Monday because I'm getting my stimmy check Wednesday. I don't know. GameStop back above 200. Again, we talked about this one on a nice buy signal down here a while back, and that's carrying some nice momentum. So good stuff there. Coming up on its 5-minute. Back to AMC 1307, little slight pullback. You know, hit one of my lines here on the 3-minute, and then bounce down. Not really a doji. Still got some buy volume in there. Blue above the red. Consolidating, possibly. Too early to tell. 15th or 1st on Monday or weekend. We get paid Thursday, Friday before. There you go. Nice. All right. And again, the 30-second, again, this is why these things are meaningless. So is the cloud. 1308. So we'll see. We should probably be hopefully flat during the break. All right, Ford down 51 cents. I'm losing money there today. Nvidia up to 538. Come on, stupid consolidation phase. Need to go up. I even got an alert set up here at 545. U.S. oil, based on crude and Brent oil being down. Let's look at some other ones. AMD is up too. Let's go to our ones that are positive and ones that are negative here. There we go. All right, so Roblox, Intel, AMD, and the SPY are up. Everything else is down. Workhorse down a couple percent. Here's our DXY. Here's our dollar. Up, which is why some of the other indices are down. All right, get back over the symbol. 1311. Okay, so look, this looks pretty good. So hopefully we'll hold these levels and maybe get some additional money after lunch. People will go borrow from their friends on their lunch hour and come back in with some volume. Again, volume, 2.5 hours into it, 71 divided into 152. We're at 47% volume, so we're almost, yeah, 72 times or 73 times 2, 146. If we are almost almost 50%, we're getting up on 43% of the volume, so that looks good. Again, that's why I said at Doji, we'll see, not a clear one. Might see a bit of a consolidation phase here, which I'm okay with. Okay, we'll see. S&P trying to come back up again. Down at the bottom chart here is where I'm at. Little bit of consolidation here with a declining VIX. So the volatility index is heading down with a consolidation on the S&P. That equals lunchtime. That's what that means. All right. Okay, AMC. Again, if we get through this up here, this 13 from 19 or earlier, might good little momentum here. Looks really nice. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. Looks good again if these channels tend to start aligning and extend out this way. We could ride that 200 period. Back to the 30-second. Somebody's hammering outside. All right, 1334. All right, very good. All right, so I think we're going to end this here. And what I said we would do is leave the charts up while I'm gone. So I will go ahead and put up the 8 chart. Where's it at? All layouts. And I'll show you what I did. Come on. Man, that's slow. Holy cow. All right. Get rid of that. Go full screen. Okay. All right. Let's go 1 minute. So we're 30-second on the S&P, 30-second on the VIX. NASDAQ is at 30 seconds. Tesla, put that on a 1. Boeing, put that on a 1. AMC, put that on a 1. And GameStop, we'll put that on a 1. Okay. All right, so now you got 1 minute charts on all these. So from top left, across the top, S&P 500, the VIX, the volatility index, Boeing, AMC, GameStop, Tesla, NVIDIA, and NASDAQ. I'll probably go in and turn off some of these indicators, but I can't do it on this screen. I might do it on a different computer and then save it, and then it should come over to this one as well. So, all right, so we will be back. Yeah, so we'll see y'all in 3 hours. Yeah, in 3 hours we'll be back. And in the meantime, we'll leave the chart up, and I'll see if I can get something up here that'll show. I've got to build another scene for this one, and so maybe I'll do that today after market close. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you all this afternoon.
Sometimes I think they're right, honey. Sorry for the tears in your eyes. Hey, love, forgive me just one more try. Used to hide myself away in the night, looking for trouble and fights, looking for Someone to rely on, someone to rely on, someone to rely on. No, I'm a screw up, but baby I could be someone to rely on, someone to rely on. No, I'm a screw up, but baby I'm glad you're someone to rely on, someone to rely on. No, I'm a screw up, but baby I could be someone to rely on, someone to rely on. Someone to rely on, 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 someone to rely on. I just wanna get lost. Pour it down, just pour it down. You stay home and be nice. Boy, I will be gone all night. I am fine by myself, 'cause I won't be here alone. No, you don't know what you got. You don't know until it's gone. You don't know what I am worth. Your words are like bullets now. Sometimes they hurt. I stay high when bullets fly. Out of reach, won't be coming down. I can't wait till it's over. I can't wait till it's end. You got a chip on your shoulder, and I don't need to pretend. Yeah, we are alright, alright. We'll spend the night tonight, tonight. I can't wait till it's over. I can't wait till this ends. You got a chip on your shoulder, and I don't need to pretend. Yeah, we are alright, alright. We'll spend the night tonight, I just wanna get lost. It's the only thing I wanna do. I wanna forget where I came from, where there's no getting over you. I am fine by myself, 'cause I won't be here alone. No, no, you don't know what you got. You don't know until it's gone. You don't Driving down the road that I grew up on once again. It's when I pass your door, the memories come back again. Pictures of us floating back just like a wave. Makes me wonder what happened, what you're up to today. Remember when we stole your mother's car, we drove for days. Teenagers with too many feelings and rage. We were higher than the ceiling, middle fingers to the sky. I remember thinking if I only could stop the time. Way back when, we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause I was being next to you. Way back when, we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause all I needed was my friend. Way back when, way back when, way back when. Remember when my father taught us how to play guitar, and we started up a band in my garage. We thought our dream would take us so far, but after a week or so it all just fell apart. But we were higher than the ceiling, middle fingers to the sky. I remember thinking if I only could stop the time right now. Way back when, we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause I was being next to you. Way back when, we didn't care what they said. People could stare, I didn't give a damn, 'cause all I needed was my friend. Way back when, way back when, we were higher than the ceiling, middle fingers to the sky. Way back when, way back when.
Come on, 1, 2. Hey stop 참 무책임해. 왜 자꾸 들었다 놨다 해. 헷갈리게 친절은 사양할게. 오해하게 하지 말아요 날. Yeah. 들어봐. 가뭄 같은 마음엔 뭐라도 단비가 돼요. 돼요. 무의미한 말에 자꾸 내 맘이 설레요. 그래요. 아름다운 그대와 단둘이서 걷고 싶은데 많은 사람들 속에 난 그대만 보이네요. 밤하늘의 별도 밝게 비춘 달도 그대 앞에 빛을 잃어요. 짐들 에이 you 내겐 관심이 없죠 you 난 그래도 그대네요 밤하늘의 별도 밝게 비춘 달도 그대 앞에 빛을 잃어요 감당할 수 없는 마음들이 날 힘들게 해요 내게 다가와줘 날 바라봐줘 날 사랑해줘 너 하나뿐이야 다가와줘 날 바라봐줘 날 사랑한다고 말해줘 밤하늘의 별도 밝게 비춘 달도 그대 앞에 빛을 잃어요 감당할 수 없는 마음들이 날 힘들게 하지마
Still a million miles from you, yeah. So I'm gonna let you go. Oh boy, if you only knew. Not a day goes by without you on my mind. You couldn't go on together. You said nothing lasts forever. Though you can't deny, hold it all inside. No, you can trust me. Just close your eyes, knowing that I'm around. me, me, the three of us, we are soldiers. No, no, we never blush. We are soldiers. The three of us, we are soldiers. Make the three of us, we are soldiers. No, we never blush. We are soldiers. The three of us, we are soldiers. I know it's been a while, haven't talked since July. You've been on my mind, don't hang up. I know it's been some time since I called you mine. You've been on my mind, don't hang up. Maybe I'm a little bit jealous, haven't told my friends we ended it. Yeah, I know that it's wrong. Maybe it's a little bit selfish calling you up when I'm wasted, when I know that you moved on. Is she in your arms right now? Tell me, is she gonna stay the night? Tell me, is she in your arms right now? Is she in your arms tonight? Like I used to, babe. Like I used to, babe. Can't get over you, just wanna talk things through. Tell me what to do, don't give up. After all that we've been through, I give my all to you. Just tell me what to do, don't give up on me yet. Maybe I'm a little bit jealous, haven't told my friends we ended it. Yeah, I know that it's wrong. Maybe it's a little bit selfish calling you up when I'm wasted, when I know that you moved on. Is she in your arms right now? Tell me, is she gonna stay the night? Tell me, is she in your arms right now? Is she in your arms tonight? Like I used to, babe. Like I used to, like I used to be, like I used to be. Promise that I'll do better. Promise I'll love you forever. Sorry for letting you down. Promise that I'll do better. Promise I'll love you forever. Sorry for letting you down. Maybe it's a little bit selfish calling you up when I'm wasted, when I know that you moved on. Is she in your arms right now? Tell me, is she gonna stay the night? Tell me, is she in your arms right now? Is she in your arms tonight? Like I used to, like I used to be.
keep running away. Owe it to yourself today. Just try to open up and show someone you care. It might not be intentional, but you seem scared. Just try to open up and let it lead somewhere. Breathe in some love. Let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. There's something juvenile about your pretty face, but it seems so hard for you to know when you need space. I hope you find your peace and that you get a taste with yourself. Oh, yeah. Let yourself unfold. Yeah. Let yourself unfold. Owe it to yourself today. Just try to open up and show someone you care. It might not be intentional, but you seem scared. Just try to open up and let it lead somewhere. Breathe in some love. Let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love. Let yourself unfold. Open up, just spread your wings and jump to rise, not fall. You flying higher. You jump to fly higher. Open up, just spread your wings and jump to rise, not fall. You flying higher. You jump to fly higher. Standing on the edge while you're looking down, fly down on the ground just to find out. You fly so fly, don't ya? Keep riding skies, won't ya? Standing on the edge while you're looking down, fly down on the ground just to find out. You fly so fly, don't ya? Keep riding skies. To yourself today. Just try to open up and show someone you care. It might not be intentional, but you seem scared. Just try to open up and let it lead somewhere. Breathe in some love. Let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love. Let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love and let yourself unfold. Breathe in some love. I'm not sorry cause that was intentional. I meant every word that I said. Yeah. You get angry with me cause I'm flexible. And of how I like things in the bed. Oh, no. My heart's like an ocean. It's deep and it's open. The one thing I promise, I always be honest. Eternal devotion. If we keep things open, if you love all on me, yeah, then you let me be free, yeah. If you love me, then you let me be free. If you love me, yeah. I noticed it driven by jealousy, but my soul is nothing you own. No, I want us to love unconditionally. It means that I'm not yours alone. No.
open. The one thing I promise, I always be honest. Eternal devotion. If we keep things open, if you love all of me, then you let me be free. If you love me, then you let me be free. If you love me, yeah. How could anyone believe they can own another? Isn't that a bit naive to think you want each other? How could anyone believe they can own another? Isn't that a bit naive to think you want each other? Yeah. My heart's like an ocean. It's deep and it's open. The one thing I promise, I always be honest. Eternal devotion. If we keep things open, if you love all of me, then you let me be free. If you love me, then you let me be free. If you love me, yeah.
All right, 1 second. All right. Okay, we are back. And let's see here. Everything seems to be working the way I got it set up. Very good. All right, so did some changing of the charts a little bit. Okay, we are back. And we're the 30-second chart. Okay, and I'm doing a little trading here, so you'll have to bear with me. I'm trying to get some fills. Hide that. And all right. Oops. There we go. All right, very good. All right, so since we are back, one of the things that we were talking about before we left this morning, I left the 8 charts up. I'm going to clean those up after the stream. I cleaned up my main screen a little bit. I do understand that it may have been difficult to see some of the volume flows separating from the MACD. So I'm going to slide the MACD down just a hair. There we go. And that way we can get a better delineation when our moving averages separate from each other on a buy signal. So what happened while we're gone? Well, AMC both went up and GME went up as well. So GME is still down about 3%. AMC is down 6.97%. Of course, we had a huge dump yesterday in GameStop. It seems to be climbing back again, that 200 level that we talked about earlier. And it seems to be coming back a little bit better now. So that's good news. Barcode, good afternoon. Nice to see you. And let's see what else we got going on here. So GameStop is sitting trading right now down 671 on the day, down a little over 3%. But let's go to the 5 minute. Let's go to the 5 minute, and you'll see that it came off of the bottom of the day and basically hit this 172.35, and nice recovery, about 24%. So those of you scalping or trading or holding, if you're holding, you're happy about that. If you're scalping, you made some money. So it had a nice bounce off the bottom there from this morning. And then there were a couple other levels where it said, my indicator would have said, hey, go ahead and jump out, and then hey, maybe go back in, then hey, back out again, then hey, buy it again, now sell it again. It's just all this volatility that we have. And speaking of volatility, let's go over the indexes and see where we're at on some of these. So a couple of things I was looking at, and then I'll tell you a couple of the moves that I made. So the DXY, which is the dollar, that's up about 2 cents. It was up to 92.027, and it dropped back down again. But again, it's still up on the day. And what that has caused is that has basically caused a drop in the oil prices. And so I've got some really, really good profits on USO. So for right now, I took some profits in my non-taxable accounts on USO. I also took some profits based on what we talked about this morning on Ford, and them issuing, them talking about a $1.2 billion hit based on shortage of semiconductor chips, as well as $2 billion in notes that they're issuing as well. So this is all back to my, hey, the whole market might do that somewhat sooner rather than later. And this is the first time I've had that position. I know the channel is new, but I haven't had this opinion as far as what the market's going to do overall, as far as balloon go pop, in quite a long time. It's basically the first time over the last like 3 years. And so everything is starting to line up for me to lead me to that. And so I've been paring back some positions today in US oil and Ford. And again, all I'm doing is booking profits. This is all on the taxable side of my account. I did lessen some holdings on the taxable side in U.S. oil, and the reason being is I've got to pay taxes on those gains anyway, whether they're realized or unrealized. I do have taxes coming up to April 15th, and I will have to pay, and so I want to free up some cash for that. But I also talked about increasing my cash position, and I didn't have anything on margin, and I've just basically wiped out a lot of what I had on the cash positions. I did not sell a single share of AMC. I still have all my options there, as well as the shares, so I didn't do anything with those. I've never owned GameStop at all, so looking at that. But so Ford down to 1258. Yeah, this little run here, I don't know how much. What's the volume today? 84 million. I've been selling like 500 to 1,000 shares at a time between these couple between a couple candles here. Let's look at the 3-minute. Yeah, 12. Let's see my fill. 1268. 1268 is the largest fill I got over here, and now I've got some. I've got an open order now at 1261, but I'm going to cancel that for now. That's canceled. So I'm still holding thousands of Ford shares, but I'm not going to say exactly how many. So that's it, probably on the retirement accounts for today. One of them I put 100% cash, and let me see here. Yep, one of them is 100% cash right now, and the other one, let's see here. Buy it into, and the other one is 79% cash. So one retirement account I have is 100% cash. The other one is 79% cash. And the only thing I have left in those right now is some Ford shares. And so that's what I have there. On the margin side of things, again, I've got options expiring this coming Friday. I've got to decide what to do with. All right. So AMC pulling back a little bit below 13 now, back down to 1297. Still down only 7.5% on the day. That's good based on the 25% run that we had yesterday. So I'm not really worried about that. Now we have GameStop. Whoops, let me click on it. Where are we at? We have GameStop on a nice little run back here off the bottom from this morning as well. My Rocket shares that I had a profit on, I still had 500 shares of those left in one of my retirement accounts. I cashed that one out and sold all those shares as well at a profit. Made about 4% on that. Plus I'm getting the divvy. So the divvy on the 500 shares is going to be nice. That'll be paid out. I've already booked that. I'll get another $555 added to that account on March 23rd when they pay out the dividend for Rocket. I don't know if I'll go back into there. I'm going to leave it for now. I don't hold any Palantir. I don't own any GameStop. I do not own any Cinemark either. So I am just getting stuff ready to go for cash infusion and cash buys possibly. Let's see here. Let me look at Iterum. I've got Iterum. I've got Microsoft. My Microsoft calls, I'm going to leave those. I'm going to leave my USO calls alone. My AMC calls, not touching those for now. At least the April ones. And yeah, so definitely a red day across the board based on my allocations. So a couple things that I was positive on the day. I was up on Rocket today. Now it's down to 25.34. What did I get out of that at? Hold on a second. Retire. And let's see here. My Rocket. Oops, wrong account. I sold my Rocket out at 25.76. So 25.76. I was kind of watching it through here, and I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done with you. So I got out right here, and then now it's dropping. Now it's negative on the day. So I think I today I lost $20 on Rocket, but overall my profit was about 500 bucks on it, on those shares, because I was in 24s or so. But I bought it for a dividend play, and so anytime you buy something for a dividend play and you book profits, I booked profits on the 250 shares on my taxable account last week, and now I just took about 500 bucks on my retirement account on Rocket. I no longer own any Rocket whatsoever. So looking at the indices on the day, we have the Dow Jones Industrial Average is currently down 150 points, down to 32,792, and again a steady decline here. A retest up here, 32.8, couldn't hold that based on some resistance over here, and then drop back down. Might be, yeah, it looks like it's forming new support level. 32,794, 795, yeah, right where we're at right now, 32,795. So that looks good. If it can hold on to this, if we see a further decline here in the power hour, that's going to make me a little concerned for tomorrow. We'll take a look. We'll take a look at that though. Let's go to the S&P 500. S&P 500 also down 14.5, so that one's down quite a bit also. And then the we're going to look at the Nasdaq. And the Nasdaq is taking a turn for the negative too. So we have all three indices in the negative. So what's happening is I believe that you're starting to get to talk about the FOMC. You're starting to get people like me taking a look at what's going on in the market and say, hey, you know what? This whole thing, watch this thing. This is going to basically show some red, and everything's dull now, right? So everything's dull with the exception of Micron. Micron is up 2.53%. Applied Materials, or no, that's American Tower. REITs, I'm not doing REITs data, REITs especially commercial. Healthcare showing up a little bit. Facebook, a small pop, 2% on them. There's the Micron. Micron up 2.53%. NVIDIA now down on the day, back down to 527.50. That's not good. Intel up 1.44%. Texas Instruments up 1.19. So definitely a turn for the worse here. And I've just about wiped out the gains that I had yesterday. So based on the week, yeah, that's not looking super good. Let me take a quick look here. I'm gonna see if I can get another. Yeah, I'm just doing it. Bear with me a second, folks. All right, come on, Phil. I gotta reduce this forward position down, and it ain't gonna happen. It keeps dropping a penny. All right. All right, that filled. Now what do I got left here? Okay. Let me get a better one here. The dings are my fills going through that you hear on off my phone. Because I have the volume on, that tells me it got filled in case I jump screens. I've got another order in, and then I will be left with 250 shares of Ford if this last one fills. There we go. Now well, it filled. Okay, so 475. Okay, there we go. I'm filled. All right, so there we go. Sold 2 cents. All right, those are done. All right, so now I have left 250 shares of Ford at a cost basis of $9.85. Into 1254. So I'm still on those 250 shares. I'm still up 21%. I got fills on Ford anywhere from 1268 all the way down to my lowest fill was 1261. No, it's not. Wait a minute. What's going on here? 1253. 1252. 1252 was my lowest. So from 1252 to 1268, and let's see here, my fills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 different fills, 8 different orders on Ford to lessen my position, so I only have 250 shares left. But it was all profit. So so that basically that's the only thing I have left in all of my retirement accounts. I have 250 shares of Ford, and that is it. Nothing else left in those. So I'm not hitting the sell everything button, but I am taking selective profits on things that, at least in the very, 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 very short term, would be in my best interest to do so. And let's see here. What else we got going on? All right, so AMC, again, dumping. GameStop, dumping as well. And not really dumping, probably a bad word to use, but selling off. Volume levels, again, on GameStop, you're talking about 32 million. You know, we've got an hour left in the market, and we are only at, on GameStop, right in 58. We're only at 55% of volume. AMC, that had over 200 million shares traded yesterday, on a normal volume of 152, and AMC is at 75% of the volume today. So it's only down 8.5%, but again, we had 20-something% upside yesterday. So we have that. Let's see here. What is this thing doing? Only 2 songs left. All right. So on the 32nd, let's take a look at this here. All right, so Rocket, I'm going to leave it up here. What I need to do is I need to change this name. Rename. Just Meme YOLOs, we'll call that. And then let me save that chart. Okay. All right. So on the 32nd, bounce off the bottom of 1275. That's certainly good news. GME also bouncing up just a little bit. Not as much bouncing back as AMC is. So 207. So it can hold this level. We could be okay on that for the day. But everything else is heading down here. Microsoft is up $2.49, so it's up on the day, which is good. So my calls are up there. Nvidia got as high as $540 today. So $540, so $13 higher than where we're at right now. 13 divided into 526. Had a 2% decline. Now it's down 68 cents. So they were sitting in the green earlier today, which is what I needed them to do. And I possibly should have made a move on my option calls while it was there. And I didn't get a chance to do that. But that's okay. Again, USO, I still have some shares of that. And I got some options on them too. So the only 2 things I have up today are my Iterum and Microsoft. And so I am down on the day about, 4.42%. So I'm still up about $2,000 on the week. I'm down 4.42% right now on the day. So definitely a red day. So it's hard to be excited when everything's red, right? Well, you could say, well, let's take a look at, a couple things that came out today. Retail sales came out. This was interesting. So retail sales came out down. They were only expecting a 0.4% drop, but this is what pretty much caused, we can look at things as to why. But retail sales were down. Retail sales were down ex auto as well. Import price index went up. So import price index 1.3%. What does that mean? It costs more to import stuff. What does that mean? Again, fuel costs are up. Oil costs are up. Inflation is in play. This is the big one. Industrial production. They were expecting a 0.3% rise. Industrial production is down 2.2%. So that is terrible news. Home Builders Index. Okay, this is just a survey. So survey says down 1. Business inventories remain the same. So tomorrow morning at 5:30, building permits and housing starts come up, and we'll see where we're at on February. My guess is that it's going to be lower on both of these, and the main reason for that isn't necessarily the real estate market in general or interest rates. It's the weather. There was huge cold snaps across a lot of the country in February, as you remember, and so that means, hey, if the ground is frozen and things like that, and the weather's bad, they got 50 inches of snow in Wyoming and Colorado, and Denver got hit, and the airport was closed for a little while. All that cold weather means that housing starts, and I think building permits are going to be down as well. And then we have the FOMC, which we're going to carry live. So we will be on a little bit earlier tomorrow for the second part of the stream, and so we'll be there. We'll be here for that, and we will also be carrying the news conference at 2 p.m. Eastern, which will be 2:30 Eastern, which will be 11:30 Pacific. I gotta move my clock back and forth on these things here. Okay, all right. So let's see here. What's that? USO. Go back up here. Bitcoin is down 236 to 55,400. Ethereum is down 19 points to 1775. AMC coming back up, trying to hit that 13, and GME bounced up a little bit too. Still down 5% on the day on GameStop and 7.8% of the day on AMC. Again, I don't believe these two are connected anymore. I really don't. Not based on at least short-term fundamentals, the fact of institutions coming in. Somebody lambasted me over on Reddit regarding my opinion about inflows out of GameStop and into AMC yesterday. I'm not going to apologize for that comment because I believe it to be true. I think based on the volume, all the excess volume that was coming, all that money coming out of GameStop on the sales yesterday, I believe on the inflows, one stock goes up 20-something%, the other one goes down, and they're both meme stocks. I think that the money went into AMC, and they didn't like that. And I posted, it was on the AMC Reddit that I posted it too. And there's a lot of people talking about, don't talk bad about GameStop and AMC. It's both together. It's moon together. It's moon together. Yet everybody over on a certain subreddit are saying, well, as soon as GameStop moons, I'm going in AMC. As soon as GameStop moons, I'm going in AMC. Great. Be you. Do you. Okay. I don't own any GameStop. Is it going to short squeeze? I don't know. Is AMC going to short squeeze? I don't know. Nobody knows. It's a total freaking guess. The hedge funds can play this short game. They can play with their high frequency trading all day long. If you want to go to another channel and just hear somebody rah, rah, rah all day long that the short squeeze is going to happen, you can do that. Do I hope it happens? You're darn right I hope it happens. I would love for it to happen. But at the same time, it's the two are disconnected. They do not, look at this. If I do a compare, let's do a compare on AMC. Okay. And let's go out to the 1 hour. Oh, no, too much. 15 minutes. Okay. So I made a post yesterday. They didn't like that post. Okay. This bottom one is GameStop. The top one is AMC. And you're going to sit there and tell me yesterday that those were correlated? They were correlated together and both of them traded exactly the same? Not happening, folks. Not happening. If that was the case, then last week when GME was pumping, AMC went up, but only a little bit. So, you can scream all day long that these things are connected, and I'll show you charts all day long showing you that they're not. So I don't know. It is what it is. So I'm not going to take grief over having my opinion. I'm just as entitled to it as somebody else is on the internet. And my figures show different. And even though that person, they're entitled to their opinion as well. but basically saying that because I'm basically taking my TA and showing a disconnect, it doesn't mean I'm wrong. It doesn't mean that I don't like GME. I like GME. I've said it before on the channel a dozen times that once they have PlayStation 5s in stock, I'll buy the darn thing from GME, from GameStop, instead of somewhere else. But I parked my horse here. I parked it in AMC. And I just think it's a better play for me personally. And yeah, I can't stand the hedge funds. Absolutely, I hate them to death. But at the same time, it's my account, my money. I get to decide what I do with it, and I get to have my opinion on what it is as well. Let me go back over here. Let me just double check something real quick here. Need to go into my other account. Oh, that was ugly. Okay. And this one. All right. Okay. So I think, yeah, Iterum and Microsoft. My Microsoft calls on 416, those are up 17% today, as Microsoft is up 2.259, up 1.09%, and my Iterum shares are up 6.83%, and then everything else is negative. So look at the S&P 500, lags by 15 minutes, getting duller. So that says we're, it just continues here. All right, so let me do this. That way I don't have to look at that. And let me see. Ugh. NVIDIA, you killed me today, my friend. You absolutely killed me. Turned around, though. Slightly positive. Okay. All right, so that might be it as far as me trading today. And let's see. Yeah. US, UK, and European stock markets. Retail sales dropped more than expected in February. We knew that already. We talked about that. Wall Street dipped on Tuesday, pulled lower by energy stocks, and threatening to put an end to a recent rally while investors await the result of the Federal Reserve's two-day policy meeting. NASDAQ turned negative in afternoon trading after early touching a two-week high. The S&P 500 Dow Jones Industrial Average closed at record highs in the prior session, as optimism about the stimulus package and ongoing vaccinations. Again, we talked about this yesterday as far as the 19 countries now in Europe have banned or put on hold the AstraZeneca vaccine, and they're talking about surges increasing over there as well. Also yesterday, the VIX hit a 5-week low at 19.68 points, but then it bounced back up. Now we're right at 20.0 on the VIX. Again, that's the bottom one over here on the chart. We had S&P 500, the VIX on the bottom. Only got up at 20.2. We were up at 21 yesterday, or a couple days ago, Friday, and so. Let's see here. What else? Here we go. All right. Yields on the benchmark U.S. 10-year Treasury slipped for the second straight session to 1.59% from a 13-month high hit last week. Fears about an overheating economy and a jump forward in interest rate expectations have increased scrutiny on the Fed meeting, where policymakers are likely to raise economic forecasts and repeat their pledge to remain accommodative for the foreseeable future. Not sure what else they can do other than printing money. Investors have slightly increased their cash allocation. Yes, that's me. Investors have slightly increased their cash allocation. I did more than slightly, deeming that inflation and taper tantrums could topple the record rally in financial markets. B of A's March Fund Manager Survey showed on Tuesday this Fed meeting is one of the most important ones for the markets in a long time. It is the first we have had after the recent inflation rate rise and concerns about inflation. Data showed retail sales dropped more than expected in February due to bitterly cold weather across the country. That's going to be the same thing for housing starts tomorrow and building permits, in my opinion. Data showed retail sales dropped more than expected in February. The weather, another report indicated winter storms in Texas led to a plunge in U.S. factory output last month. Again, those were the things that we talked about that were released earlier today, and they're talking about both retail sales as well as industrial production being responsible for February, maybe Texas. Well, Texas does not account for a 2.5% difference in forecast for industrial production. They're only one freaking state. California didn't have all that bad weather. Neither did the South. So the industrial part of Texas, yes, but you're telling me that they equal a 2.5% drop in industrial output is going to be basically Texas? I don't think so. Here we go. Oh, here's a story. I was looking at this on Ford, and the senior unsecured convertible notes assigned a BA2 to Ford's notes, and that came out, and that was one of the reasons why I jumped out of Ford. Again, the best I did on my sells on Ford was 1268, and it is currently at 1255. And let me get rid of that symbol. I don't know why it's showing up in my. If I move between all my accounts, the symbol in my order book stays the same. Okay, so let's see here. All right, so again, all the averages. Dow is down 134.4%. S&P 500 is down 8 points, 0.22. NASDAQ is down 26. This is all on fears for the Federal Open Market Committee tomorrow. Again, building permits and housing starts, I expect those to decline off the estimate. The previous estimate, the previous one was 1.886. They forecasted down 1.75 million and 1.54 million in housing starts. I think that number is going to be significantly lower based on what happened down in Texas. Because as you have people exiting California, where are they going? They're going to Texas, they're going to Arizona. But if you have bad weather, the housing starts don't necessarily come back in. So it's going to be very, very interesting day. It'll be an interesting close here today as we're in a power hour. Again, this VIX sitting right at 20.0. S&P currently down 5. NASDAQ down 14. NVIDIA, hey, NVIDIA's back. Welcome back, NVIDIA. Where you at? Up $1.58 now. AMC trailing back down below 13 again. And GME knocking on the door of it's stayed above 200, I think, except for part of the day when it dipped to 172 or whatever it was. Yeah, 172.35. Oh, that was earlier in the day. No, here it is, 172.35. That's the lowest that it got here today on GameStop. As we look at a 15-minute chart, let's go back to the 3-minute. All right, so, and I cleaned up the chart a little bit too, made it a little bit easier for you all to see. I've got the volume now below the candles here, and I can always do this and then slide it up a little bit if it gets in the way of something we're looking at immediately, and then I can always hit auto to get it back. And again, this software that I use is TradingView. So if you like it, it's you can start out for free. I use a heavy paid version because I don't want to have a bunch of charts open. The software I use, Street Smart Edge, is very resource intense. It uses a lot of resources. So does TradingView, which has bogged down my laptop a little bit. It made me unhappy. So if I get some more gains, depending on what happens here later on this month, I actually might go get another laptop. I don't know. We'll see. Let me see if did my other order fill. Hold on. Positions, details. And pose. All right. Okay. And what are we watching this one for? Get back up here to AMC. Okay. It's a nice jump today. I'd be booking what's the time? Oh, we're fine. Okay. Well, why did it flip to that? Do I have anything? All right. Okay, I'm looking to get rid of some other shares here, some things. I'm still trying to build up cash. That's what I'm doing. I'm building up cash. So I've got a pharmaceutical. Iterum is up 8% today. And so I'm going to sell a few thousand of that. Let's see if I get filled. Oop, 175. Hey, thank you. Let me go over to the chart here because I do want to watch this for a second. And we got the S&P going up. That's good news. VIX is going down, so we might hang out here for a little bit. And I'm not going to sell it quite this second because on the 3 minutes operating on a buy, it's got a nice little recovery off of its bottom at 165. That's good news. Nice little run up here. Let me check news real quick. No news over on Office Schwab. Yeah, the March 12th quarterly loss, I already knew about that. And it popped back after that loss, which I was happy about. Because I think, let's see, when did they report? See, that's why you got to have auto. Okay. What was that all about, Liberty? What are you barking for? Relax. Okay, so they came out with earnings here, had a pop up to 173, then it ran up to 187 earlier today, which is what I should have sold it at. But I wasn't looking to sell anything. I didn't have a plan to sell anything at all today, and then that changed in between the morning stream and this stream. So the fact that it's bouncing back a little bit now is good because I thought that it would dip on the earnings, and then it did back on the 12th. And I'm just holding on to it. Okay, so there we go. There's a turn, 175, sell. Let's see if I get filled. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the market. So if I pay if I try and sell it for 175 instead of 174, we'll see if I get filled. I see some red in the time and sales, so that's not good. So I may have to adjust. Adjust my my price here. Still showing 175 by 174. Yeah, I'm arguing about $10 here on 1,000 shares. All right, let's change it. We'll drop it to 174. See if that triggers it. 174 place. Okay, that immediately filled. Now I'm going to try 1,000 at 175 again. Immediately took that 1,000 out at 174. Immediately sold it right off the bat. But each penny is $10, man. So I'm gonna have to do the same thing. All right, we'll try the 174 again. So he goes fishing here. What happened there? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Price improvement, 174.33. Oh, that's weird that this is crazy. Why is it? There we go. That's why. No, what are we doing here? Thank you. There we go. I had a wrong column. I wasn't seeing my fills in order because I would in my account details page I had a different header column highlighted. All right, so we and that was 174. All right, so I'm going to try another 173, huh? How much I got left in that thing? Yeah. Let's see if they bite. Got my caffeine done. Now I'm back to my water. Again, nothing wrong with taking profits, folks. Nothing wrong with taking profits. NVIDIA coming up 246 up to 530. That's a good sign. I'm still not getting my other fill on Iterum. Still not getting my fill. You guys gonna make me go down 2 cents. It's 20 bucks. All right. Dogs. Probably gonna fill immediately too. Yep. It filled right away. Listen for the beep. All right, so I still have some left here. Your dog. Why is your dog hair all over the place? You're a short-haired dog. You're not supposed to leave dog hair everywhere. All right, almost done here. All right. What'd that fill at? 172.5. Let's see if I can get 173 out of them. Yeah, I just watched it drop 2% on me. Come on, give me my last fill. Still waiting. We'll see if it beeps. We'll let that sit for a minute. 12.13. All right, so we have the NASDAQ back in the green now, up 7 points. S&P down 4, and the Dow down 107. So starting to come back just a little bit. Let's watch the map. You'll see NVIDIA turn green here. There we go. It's a little bit of green over here. Again, tech sector where everything else is getting clobbered here, except for some consumer defensive. Walmart, but Costco and Target taking a beating. Walmart up a little bit. Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple all up. Amazon down a little bit. Tesla down to 678. Could not hold that 700 from this morning. So that's again, it's not great news, but there's still a lot of people that have a lot of profit still in Tesla. And now that this one just dumped again. All right, let's go AMC 1307, 1308. That looks good. Give a 3 minute for a second. I should have picked up some more down here to 12s. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Okay, that's all right. All right, so I got to change this order. It's not gonna do it. I want to give you all another 10 bucks. Okay. Done and filled in out. Okay. All right, so that's done. That's filled. There's the ding. And let me see if there's anything else I want to do today on this. Yeah, possibly. These are the I've got April Microsoft calls at 235 that I'm up 19% on. And I believe going to take that profit as well. Ask is at 845. We'll go with the limit 845. Let's try 840. Oops. All right, let's see if that fills. And it did. Okay, so I just made 700 bucks on some Microsoft calls in April that were positive. They were the April 16th Microsoft 235 calls, and I made about 20% on those. Let's see here. What else? I've got some U.S. oil calls. I'm leaving those. Those are long-term, January 2022. And those are $57 calls on U.S. oil. It's at 43 now, so I'm going to wait on that. Let's see here. All right. 60 on Ford. I've got my Ford calls. I'm actually negative on. I'm down like $500 on those. Those are through April. Man, I got the NVIDIA calls that I have that expire on Friday. There are 545 calls. So stock is up again, 530. I don't know if I'm going to get there. So I'm a little worried about tomorrow because I don't want to lose any more on these things. But it is what it is. So I was up 5.5% yesterday. I'm down 3.8% today. But I'm increasing my tax position, increasing my cash position. All these calls. All right. And my $4 calls on AMC, I believe at this point I'm leaning towards just letting them exercise and convert over the shares, which would convert over to 3,000 shares. So I have 30 call options at $4 expiring this Friday, and I believe I'm going to let those exercise out so that I pick up the shares. That seems to be the right play. Hey, where's your ball at? Where's your ball? Let's find it. Be right back. What'd you do with it? Is it squeaking? You got your squeaking? I'll put it forward in the last one. Not too just right. Where's your ball? What'd you do with it? Let's find it. The one with the dresser there? How did you get all the way underneath the bed? How did you get that thing under there? Hmm? Oh, there's still one in there too. Okay. Up. Come here. Come here. Sit. Okay. There you go. She jumped down. I was going to put her in charge. Let her do the stream for a little while. But she's excited because I'm basically... So I have dog food in a little baggie, and I have her ball. And then we'll take some dog food, throw it in her ball, give it a toss on the floor, and she will play with that for a little while. All right. Hey, the music stopped. See, I knew I shouldn't have clicked on that one. Let's go back up to here, and let's go to genre. And I think we'll do... No, let's go back over here. Genre. Boom. Okay. All right. So we have the NASDAQ in the green now, up $12 or $12, up 12.63 points, about 0.1%. We have the Dow Jones improving a little bit, down 98 now, and the S&P barely down 270. So that's where we're at there. And I made more cash available to buy things than I thought I did. $13.06 on AMC. GameStop back up to 210. Cinemark 24.31. So in my opinion, that makes AMC a $24 price target. Palantir trading down still 78 cents. Rocket, again, I exited my position and took a profit on Rocket. at 25.79, I think, somewhere around there is what I got out at. Somewhere around that range. Let's look at the heat map. Okay, again, we'll have buy side imbalances now. Different from yesterday, we had 190 some odd thousand buy side imbalance on AMC yesterday, and we'll see if we have any today. I doubt it, since we're down almost $1, about 6.8%. So we'll see. Good tunes. Oh, nice. All right, let's see here. All right, so now we've got NASDAQ, nice turn here, 22 points. Let's see what that did. This will turn a little bit brighter in about 10 minutes or so based on the turn. But we've got the NASDAQ made a nice turn. Where are we at here? Here's NASDAQ 100, or NASDAQ Composite Index, sorry. Not the NASDAQ 100. The futures is the 100. Showing up 21 points now, up 0.16%. We have Dow Jones Industrial Average bouncing off of its low of the day of 32,778 up to 32,863. Down now only 90 points. And of course the S&P 500 showing down only 1.3. Looks like it wants to go green here, as the VIX down at the bottom of the screen. Top, we have the S&P 500. Bottom, we have the VIX. So as that's going down, we may see this turn green very shortly, which would be a good call. Let's see. INMTR is positive on the day now, or zero, flat. Huh. How many of those do I got? Oh. Interesting. Okay. I'm sorry. I was looking at my my 9 meters, and it looks like it wants to break out. They're at a conference, I think, with Oppenheimer today, and I'm just trying to see what they're going to do. Okay. AMC 1306, 208 on GameStop. So a little bit of narrowing here by both of them. Rocket 25.37, now down only 43 cents. Again, this S&P 500, I can't decide if it wants to go up or down. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. We want up. We want up, and away. I am really on edge about this stuff tomorrow. This FOMC. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. We'll know tomorrow at 11 o'clock Pacific, 2 o'clock Eastern. That's when they release. And then they'll tell us what they're doing. And then they'll go on there. He'll screw up and say something wrong. Market will go down. Maybe he'll correct because somebody's holding up a sign in the back saying, you need to say this. And we'll see what kind of questions they have for him as well. And we'll carry that live on the stream tomorrow also. I thought that was up today. Why is that? Yeah, that's showing other way. Oh, good. That stuff doesn't show up. All right, cool. About a half hour left. All the indices, with the exception of the Dow, have a chance. Well, the NASDAQ and the S&P have a chance of being the green. 1304, 209 on GameStop. Oops, where are we at here? Nasdaq futures are up 85. Nasdaq composite up 23. And S&P, boy, it just can't get those 3 points back to get us back into the green on the day. Where is it? What'd you do with it? Where's your ball? It's over there. Go get it. Go get your ball. There it is. Get it. Go get it. Go get your ball. I'll have you bring that to me. All right. All right, some other movers on the day. We have AMD is currently up on the day, up 47 cents. Boeing, big drop off on Boeing, 963. I've got that in my 8-buy list. I might be looking to scalp a little bit of that tomorrow. We'll see. GM down 73 cents. Intel up 97 cents. Roblox, nice move by the Roblox. Roblox up 485, up to 6.72%. Again, the big news on that one, possibly driving the cost on the hedges, is that options came out on Roblox today. So the options actually go out through, I think, October is what I was looking at earlier. Let's see. Let me hide this. Let me put this one down. Throw this one down. And I think I'm good. I can show you this. All right. Let's see. Out of the money. All expirations. Okay. Calls. There we go. And close that up. Close that up. Yeah, they go out through October. So I'll pull this up and show you. Let's see here. Okay. All right, so here's your options from 80 to 100 on Roblox, and it's at 76.96. So we can do around the money. We can do in the money. What they do the in the money's at? $50. Around the monies. And you can see the volume here. Hold on. A little bit of volume. So again, open interest won't show until tomorrow, but the volume, you got some interest there. People buying the $50 calls for October of 2021. Let's see what they did this week for this. Oops. We got ones for expiring Friday. We do. Man, people paying $28 a share for the $50 calls. 78, they need $1. All right. We'll see. 3 days left. Same thing here. If I go to my Greeks. Come on. There we go. And slide this over just a little bit more. There are deltas. Okay. Interesting. I don't want any. But because the premiums are just a little bit of a disconnect on them. Okay, all right. So that's that. I'm gonna pull this back down. All right. So again, we've got the Nasdaq up 21.73, S&P down 3.6, and the Dow about 108. So we're doing this right now. A little bit of flat action is pretty much what we're seeing. Let me get this back up and see see what else we got. Tesla again. Tesla getting hit pretty good today. Down 4%, down 29 points. And again, that's going to drag a lot of, or that's going to keep a lot of your index down too, since they were such a big part of that. All right, getting a little bit better. So my sells worked out for what I got rid of and sold. Looking for any bright spots here. Moderna, Facebook, XPEV, Microsoft, Google, Intel all up, Apple up, Airbus up, Netflix up, Pfizer up, AMD up, the triple Q's up, Liato up, Amazon up, Costco up, Lockheed Martin up, Bitcoin up, gold up, the dollar up a penny. Only a penny. That's probably why we got a little jump on the S&P. And then we start going negative from there. Interesting. See our EV makers. Get up here. XPEV, Baidu, Li Auto, and then everything else red after that. Fuel cell down 8%. That's a bit of a drop. Let's see here. Dividends. My dividend list. This is some of the ones I look for dividends. I didn't put Rocket in there. Rocket is in there. Rocket is in there because they did have that special dividend, which I participated in. I've gotten Cisco before. I've gotten Costco dividends before. Microsoft. I took the Microsoft dividend before. Depending on what they are and what the market's doing, I'll try and buy it for price appreciation as well as catching the dividend, and then looking for it to sell, dilute, and then come back up to go back profitable again. And depending on which dividend it is, some dividends take longer to get back to that zero. Some pop right on it as if the dividend never happened. So that's definitely something worth looking into. We have Bitcoin turned a little bit. Now it's up 55,658 in the last 24 hours, and Ethereum is down a little bit. So 1316, nice little jump here on AMC and GameStop. And take a look at game. Like a flat triangle wedge. Got a wedge going on here. Palantir 2605. Again, pretty much anytime this thing is dipped below 25 bucks, it's been a buying opportunity. But we'll see after tomorrow how things happen. Let's see here. Breaking news. I'm gonna go back over to AMC down below here. And let's see if there's anything here. Update. U.S. General says North Korea might flight test new ICBM design in the near future. Sector update on thousands flee Myanmar industrial zone amid fears of more bloodshed. Sector update on energy. Energy stocks paired a portion of their earlier losses, with the NYSE Energy Sector Index sliding 2% in late regular session trading Tuesday, with the SPDR, the Spider Energy Select Sector ETF, down 2.3%. Front month West Texas Intermediate crude oil was 59 cents lower. And Brent, let's see what they, Brent contract was down 47 cents to 68.41 per barrel. Okay. And let's see if there's any top news. U.S. report says, this just came up. U.S. report says Russia, with Putin's knowledge, meddled in 2020 election. No comment. Take a look at the sector on financial. Financial stocks were retreating in the late afternoon trading, with the NYSE Financial Index dropping 0.8%, while the Spider Financial Selector ETF was off 0.9%. Philadelphia Housing Index also was falling 0.7%. So again, when we get those building permits tomorrow, and housing starts, I think those numbers are going to be disappointing. I believe that they're going to be well below the estimate, which was already reduced on the previous one. So we'll see what comes up there. Top news front page that came out 4 minutes ago. Health experts pour over AstraZeneca safety data. Yeah, I'm not getting that one either. Cold weather chills U.S. Yes, it's been cold where I'm at too. Biden visits Pennsylvania to promote stimulus package and Help is Here tour. I saw something earlier that said a lot of people were taking their money and they were paying off debt, which is disappointing for the economy. And they had done a survey of a whole bunch of people, and the majority of them were either paying off debt or prepaying on a mortgage or things of that nature. So it looks like the general sentiment is that something might be about to happen here down the road here. U.S. stimulus should be more boom than bane for struggling Europe. Private equity investors fret over record U.S. buyout prices. Green groups file FTC complaint against Chevron over climate claims. Facepalm. What's that doing to Chevron? I don't own any Chevron. It's had a nice little run though. And where's my rest of the rest? Here we go. Here's Chevron down 231, down 2% today. Take it out to the daily. It's had a really, really nice run. It's off of its 52-week high of 112, which it just hit on last Friday, and it's been dropping since then, along with ExxonMobil a little bit since Friday as well, off of its 52-week high of 62.55. So again, I still like oil. This is just short-term plays that I'm making to see what's going to happen here to save a little bit of my profits. That's what I did. I did profit taking today, and see, Blizzard fires 50 people amid shift away from live events. Huh. So Blizzard, if you're into Blizzard, they fired 50 people amid shift from live events. Were they still doing live events? I would have thought those would have ended about a year ago. Wow, we've been in this thing a year. Crazy. All right, so Dow Jones Industrial Average is now down 79 points, and the VIX just trailed up, and the NASDAQ trailed down, but the S&P 500 is starting to go back up just a little bit on the turn. We still have the NASDAQ is now up 43.7 points, and then we have the S&P up 0.9. We got two of them in the green. Only one more to go. Still need the Dow to get in the green. Get in the green. Get in the green. That's going to bode well for our buddies over here at AMC. 3-minute chart, 30-second chart. So AMC is up, is up. I'm so used to yesterday that 25%. So AMC is down 93 cents to 13.11, holding well above the 13 level. It did dip a few times today, back down below 13, especially during our break. And but it's certainly it's down 6.4% today. However, in the last week, we are up 24% over the last week. So we gave back a little bit of the gains. Contrast that with GameStop. And GameStop over the last week is down 15%. So people on the Reddit threads can yell at me all they want about my opinion. But I said there was a disconnect between GameStop and AMC, and I still believe it to be true. So one's up 24%, the other one's down 15%. Go figure. Okay, Rocket down 62 cents. Palantir down 86 cents. And AMC, let's take a look at the heat map. And a little bit duller green. Boy, Tesla's just getting rocked, huh? $682 off the bottom. Okay. All right. Got as low as 671 earlier this morning. Up 681. It's going to be 9 minutes, and we'll get the buy-in balances if there are any. And I'm going to take Tesla. I'm going to throw them up here. Yeah, I'm going to throw it up here. There we go. Hey, where did it put it? I put it in the wrong one? Oh, I didn't click on it. Okay. All right, hold on. Oh, because I already have it down there. That's why. Hold on. I gotta drag it all the way up. Find a sweet spot in this thing. There we go. All right. I've got it where I want it, so I can keep an eye on it a little bit closer. I don't plan to buy any more Tesla, but I may do some volatility swing trading in it here and there. So 680, let's see here. Yeah, not quite that much. Maybe 200 shares or 100 or 150 shares at a time. About 68 grand would be 100 shares. We'll see. All right. AMC 1310 now. Still looking, let's see here. Going to time and sales and everything. Let me see if I got anything else here. Hold on a second. Gonna check one more thing here. All right. See, that should be up today. It should be down. Ugh. That's going to decline to like 0 tomorrow. All right. That didn't go. Hold on. Oh, I decided I'm going to hold on to that. Yeah, we're going to hold on to that till tomorrow. Whew. That's not good. Down 3.5% today. How are you doing? I'm down 3.5%. But I was up 5.5% yesterday, so I will take it. I'm gonna go to time of sales here on AMC. We will watch this thing close. I'm gonna take our news. Actually, I'll leave our news up. Let's see here. Anything else? Nope. Okay. All right. Good deal. Good deal. Good dealio. All right, so we've got the only one in the green now. S&P now down 0.19. Nasdaq is up 39 points, 39.22, and Dow Jones is down 90 points, about 0.28%. So very selective winners and losers today across the board, across the S&P 500. Just got a lot of the sectors just getting beat up. You got technology, you got semiconductors in the positive, in the green. I think just about all of them are in the green. Yeah, I don't see any negatives there. And then Google, Facebook, Twitter are all up. Comcast, Netflix up. Disney down. Live Nation down. Boy, that's $87. LYV, what are they still doing at that level? This is all in anticipation they're going to open up again? Yep. How are they? Okay, seriously. How is Live Nation higher than what they were pre-pandemic? Even if people plow back into concerts, they got to be carrying a lot of debt. I don't know anything about them. If anybody's done any due diligence, any DD on them, let me know. But this can't be. Came in at $2 loss. They were expecting a $2.20 loss. Now they're expecting they're only going to lose $1.52 in their next report on May 6th, and it's trading at 87. All right, I got a little disconnect going on there, but yeah, that was back from February, the last news item. That's a disconnect. I don't understand why that's doing that. I'm not interested in it unless it's a short. Okay, so 1247. So we are 347 on the east, 1247 on the west, and 247. 347 in the east, 247 in the central, and 1248 here out on the west coast. So AMC still looking down 91 cents now, 13.13. GameStop 211. They recovered pretty decently. 30-second chart. All right. Nvidia trading up a little bit. Need a little green today. All my green stuff I sold. Newegg is saying the Intel 11th Gen Lake processors are now available. I forget what they're called. Rocket Lake, maybe? Something like that. Oh, let's see. What do they call them? Yeah, Rocket Lake. New Intel 11th Gen Rocket Lake CPU. Okay. Not interested in any of those. I do want to check. All right, so another 2 minutes and we'll have the buy and balance indicators, if there are any. Let you know what those are. Okay, that's looking good. Good. Can close that out. Bitcoin turnaround up 110 now. 55,746 again, but it's well off, 20-something% off of its high. 55,750, 55,750, fighting into 61,400, I think, somewhere around there. So it is pulled back about 9% off of its high. 1786 divided into 2140 for the, oops, where are we at here? 1786, 2140. There we go. And Ethereum pulled back about 17% off of its 52-week high. All right, so NASDAQ up 24 still, 25. S&P down 2. And the Dow Jones down 100 points right now. So a little bit of a bounce back. We are getting a little bit of a late portion surge here. And let's take a look at, again, on the buy side, 128,335 shares on the buy side imbalance on AMC. So 128,335. 128,335. Okay, let's go see if we can do a little help there. Let's see. I haven't really been in the Reddit thread today on AMC Live, but we'll throw the buy side imbalance in there anyway. And all right. There's a Reddit Premium. I didn't even know that. Not buying Reddit Premium. Okay, so AMC struggling to stay above 13 here, 1302. Okay. All right, if this loads. Uh, 128,335, 128,335 shares. AMC live today. Okay. All right, so at 13, people are on there saying, buy and hold till Friday, buy and hold till Friday. Not a bad idea. 1301, let's get the time and sales up here. We'll watch the close on that one. About 7 minutes left. And we can do this. And then up we go. All right. So 1302, we're watching up here, and you got all the indices up here. And all the gray you see over here is all dark pool stuff. So that's your institutionals buying and selling. The Battle of 1301. Days other than options expiration day, I don't know that it's necessarily a battle for 1301 or not, but that's all right. And I'll probably hop over to the Reddit thread after the stream here in another 6 minutes. And yeah, this 1301, boy, that psychological level all day long on that thing. All day long. But when you're up 20-something% the day before, you can expect a little bit of a pullback on the fundamental side and the technical analysis, the TA side. $13.02. GameStop 211, they're down only 3.9% right now. And let's watch the bids and the asks. There's some green. There we go. 1302, some good green. $13.01. NASDAQ taking a turn and the VIX going up. That's not good. We might struggle here on this 13 level. Would not surprise me if we close down 12.95.96. Yeah, your pennies. All the dark pools and the sells. 13.05 out to 3 decimal points. No real volume. A little bit of volume coming in. 4,000 shares. There's 13. Yeah, it's going to break. I think it's going to break down. 1301. Two places you can watch this. You can watch it up here, and you can watch it in my order one. 3 minutes left to close. Still got, now NASDAQ's pulling back too. NASDAQ only up 9. They may turn red too. S&P down 6. Dow Jones down 115. It's just hanging at 13. Look at those purples coming in. On the sell side, there we go. Purples, dark pool, sell side, brought it back down 12.90. What did I say? 12.95, 12.96. I don't know if it's going to get all the way down to there. We'll see. Okay, S&P still down 575. NASDAQ up 12 now. Dow Jones still down 121. And they're probably, let's see here. Oops, sorry about that. Battle of 1301. All right, 2 minutes left till the market closes. Back up to 13. We got this. High-G's are really trying to push on 13 for market close. I'd like to see it stay since it is Tuesday. You know, if they haven't hedged their positions based on options expiration at this point. $13.01, good. 1 minute left in the day. Clock, 30 seconds left. This can't be moved either. Nope. All right, come over here. All right, 8 seconds left, 13.04. Good, hold it. Hold it, green's coming in. A couple yellows there, good. Little gray, little red. And we're it, that's it. We're done, 13.02. 13.02, there we go. Ah, why does it do that to me? Unbelievable. All right. Good job. Good job. Well done, folks. All right, so 13.02 is final close. Let's get some other ones here and take a quick look. GameStop down 5%, down to 208. Cinemark down to 24.35. Palantir down to 25.6. Rocket down to 25. Tesla 676. Big drop for them, over 4%. They could not hold that 700 level. Once they dropped that 700 level earlier this morning, they just never got back in the game at all. At all. Ford down 74 cents. I sold some of those today. Iterum, I sold some of those and took some profit on those today. I took some profit on Microsoft today. I took some profit on USO today. And best of the rest. Rest of the rest. AMD up 25 cents. Intel up 99. Roblox up 485 with introducing options today. And we looked at that earlier, and options go all the way out to October. So that's going to do it for us today. Have yourself a fantastic afternoon. I'll be poking around in the Reddit subreddit, AMC subreddit as well. And we'll talk to y'all later. Have a good afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 1/2 hour before the market opens. Thanks for tuning in and have a fantastic day. Bye now.